7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL here in the Munganast. St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Doug is already really irritated with Jackson because I know you love reading what the Tunneling Gerbil has to say, Doug, in the YouTube chat, and it is not up. Something is wrong in the YouTube chat, and here we go.
Okay.
John Scores is waiting for us. These teams that came from the Pac-12 are getting a lesson in Big Ten basketball. John Scores.
Okay. That's how it starts.
Are they waiting to hit send until we sign on? Do they have
Oftentimes we arrive and there are people waiting for us with messages of, Doug, you call them messages of love and hope.
Yeah, pretty much.
good tidings? I thought you said Doug was sideways. He didn't like the way Jackson stapled his papers.
Yeah. This Jackson's a spring training princess?
Yeah.
I've just never heard anybody critique the staple job.
Would you look at this?
And if you're watching on YouTube, you'll be appalled. Don't let your kids see this.
Yeah, the papers aren't perfectly aligned.
And then you showed it to me, and I kind of agreed.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was nonsense, and then I saw it, and I thought that is a bad staple job.
It's known across the land that I have very poor fine motor skills.
Do you?
My handwriting, pathetic. And
Yeah, it is. It's alarming.
Oh, it's really bad.
But your generation hasn't had to do a lot of handwriting.
Yeah, but that I don't represent my generation on that front. I'm bad across time. Like I've been bad
Across
Bad across time.
I've been bad in the dark ages. You know, like I'm just not good
maybe
at.
not.
No, I'm bad at that
They
stuff.
used to teach penmanship in school.
I took it.
That was like, you did?
Yeah.
Like a real subject.
Yeah.
Cursive?
I had to do like extra work on my fine motor skills during like independent reading time as a kid. Like I had to go to a special class and work on my fine motor skills.
It didn't take.
No, still can't do it.
Ladue. Public schools.
Big hands, though.
Still doesn't explain some of the stapling issues.
It is a bad staple. Why don't you just undo it, Doug?
Tough to get through it.
Yeah, Doug
Are you going to be able to do the show?
I don't know if I
How about I
can.
just give you the papers loose and you have to shuffle through it?
No, that
and you'll
wouldn't
take
work.
the staple job I give you.
How about this message of love and hope? You guys are doing great, and I would also like to send my love to Doug. That's from Patrick, and he's at Immaculata. Martin, we have high net worth listeners. Immaculata being one of the. Doug, what's your Mount Rushmore of wealthy parishes in the St. Louis area?
I guess
St. Gabriel.
Immaculata, yeah. The one just north of Lindbergh and 40. Which one is that there?
Our Lady of Pillar?
Yeah.
Chaminade Squad. Feeder school.
Is that a feeder school?
St. Clement's might get in there.
St. Clement to get in there.
Yeah.
So that's your Mount Rushmore of wealthy
Mary
parishes?
Queen of Peace.
Martin, how do you feel about MQP?
Yeah, I'd say it's emerged in the last few years.
They had
Shout out to Pelican.
Good portfolios.
Chuck Marlowe, I don't know if he attends, but he's in the...
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
Yeah, I don't know where Frank is representing. DeSmet?
You got your parishes, you got your St. Clair, you got Annunciation. I'm thinking West. Don't sleep on St. Joe and Cottleville.
Oh, is that one?
I'm starting to think of the teams that we play.
That's the big one, isn't it? Isn't that a huge
I believe it
school
is.
and church?
Yeah, they rolled us a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
They covered too, didn't they?
Oh, by the way, St. Clement, my squad, I've got an event tomorrow night.
You know, when you say you have an event, what does that mean?
I'm hosting an event.
You do a lot of hosting.
I do. My wife points that out. She says, "Why are we doing this?" No. This is a friend. A friend of mine runs Persimmon Woods. Great golf course.
It is a great golf course.
He is a Marquette alum.
Doug, they redid their greens this year, is that right?
I don't know.
How do you know that? That's true.
That's absolutely, yeah.
And I believe they're going to open in April. But the GM out there, Ben Kent, is a Marquette guy. And we always have our golf tournament there. And he's great. And we've gone out there, and the kids have played some golf. And he just said, would you host an event? They're raising some money for Lafayette baseball. His son plays Lafayette baseball. So on Friday night, tomorrow, we've got Luke Voigt, Lafayette alum, and Matt Adams. It's a fireside chat, just telling baseball stories. So it's a baseball crowd. And when I committed to it, the Friday schedule, I got to check the 8th grade basketball. CYC comes first.
Sure, absolutely. Amen.
We did not have a game, but one got moved to tomorrow night. So I'm gonna, as associate head coach, I'm going to be missing the squad.
So
and I looked
Doug,
at
that's going to move the spread a little.
I would think.
I looked at the schedule. and we are playing St. Gabriel.
Oh, you don't want to miss that one.
I know.
You don't want to. Are you playing?
I'm hoping I can.
Are you playing at the Stitz?
No. This is on the home floor at St. C.
Oh, so you got a chance. Anyway.
Well,
What's that mean, Doug?
Well, because some of the games are thrown at St. Gabe's.
So
That's Southside.
I'm hoping it's on ESPN Plus so I can watch it on my phone. I feel like every game is on ESPN Plus. I don't know how they make money, but every game is on ESPN Plus.
Lafayette baseball has got to have turned out the most
Ryan
Major League
Howard,
talent.
David Freese,
Yeah.
Luke Voigt.
Yeah. Is there
Name another one. I don't know.
Andrew Marsh.
Oh, you went to Lafayette?
Oh, did he really?
We're talking about guys who played in the majors.
He does better than that.
Oh, he does? By being on the radio here?
Showed you,
Doug's
Doug.
sincerity was so evident in the tone. Jackson is really attracted to Marsh, and I would think that HR is probably going to. What?
True. No, it's a similar situation to Eric in the Central West End, although different but similar.
Doug, did you follow that?
No, not at all.
Sometimes we've
But
noticed over
similar.
the years on this show, our producers argue with themselves.
I think it's safe to say that Marsh is a handsome man. I don't think anyone would deny that, but I'm not attracted to him. That would be unprofessional.
Baseball players.
And now all of a sudden we're discussing how hot the board ops are on afternoon drive.
Right.
You guys were talking about Lafayette Lancers. I brought up Marshy.
Okay.
Thought it was fair.
That's fair. That is a pretty good run. Ryan Howard, David Freese, Luke Voigt.
Big-time players. Yeah, not
So-
just guys who made it, but big-time players.
I can't wait for the event, but I will be missing St. Gabe's and St. C going head-to-head, Tim.
I would imagine this is for first place.
It's a tournament. It's part of the St. Clement tournament. So we don't normally play, those types.
Whoa, Doug, did you catch that? Did you catch that
I don't know
right
what that
there?
even means, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I know what it means, yeah.
Those high-caliber squads.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the top tier of the division, like an SEC school.
They got a little too much Southside in them.
They'll have a gritty squad.
Right.
Blue collar.
Bring a little grit. St. Gabe's, I don't know if it's as blue collar as it used to be.
I know. I'm still living on the old school reputation.
Yeah,
Now I'm
I
from
think we
South
gotta-
City. I try to convey myself as a meat and potatoes guy, but they're starting to smoke me out. One of our sales reps here at Hubbard describes me as low-key bougie. Doug,
Oh.
you like that? Low. So that's why
Yeah,
that's
that's
why I
not bad.
redirected over to Jackson and just keep focusing on that Ledoux thing.
I think that's an upgrade. I think you used to be low-key douchey, and now and now bougie is an upgrade. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much. I'm all grown up, and I'm all grown up. You can text in at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And you're also welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt manning the phones at the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Today's Captain's Log. We will have our 101 ESPN has a scheduled deal with the Blues at 8:15 every day. Doug Bernie Federko is our Blues representative today at 8:15. And then coming up, Joe Theismann, who may or may not be my father, as Notre Dame gets ready to take on the Nittany Lions tonight. 6:30 kickoff, probably 6:47 at the Orange Bowl in the Miami area. Notre Dame -1.5, depending on where you place your wagers. And Jackson has pick 6 prepared for us for the college football playoff and the NFL wild card weekend, which used to be called the Super Wild Card weekend, but they've changed it. I don't necessarily know why. My high school bookie has lowered the number to 1, by the way. And the total is 45 for Notre Dame and Penn State. Wow. Oh, okay. I was about to say, holy crap. I see the Ohio State's 8.5, but that's not it.
I see 5.5.
I was about that. I guess that's if the game, you can place a spread, you can place a bet for a hypothetical matchup on my high school bookies website, and it's 8.5 if Notre Dame and Ohio State were to play, 9.5 Ohio State and Penn State were to play. Texas would be -2.5 if Texas and Notre Dame were to play. Texas would be -3 if Texas and Penn State were to play. That's what that's about, for the record.
It seems to me like these would be tough games to call, tough spreads to call in football.
College football has wider variance than the NFL, in my opinion.
Yeah, but a game like Texas and Arizona State, very close, tied, went to 2 overtimes, and yet Texas winds up winning by 8. And if the spread had been 8, you would go, wow, Texas is a big favorite. And it came down to a play.
The spread was around 12, if I'm not mistaken. But I know, Doug, you like to play teasers, and you move the spread 6 points either way. So you would have covered if you had Texas in your teaser.
Yeah. I'm just saying sometimes a really close game can have, 7 or 8 point difference in score when it's over. And yet that'd be a pretty big spread.
Ohio State's -6, according to my high school bookie, and that is...
Is that a website?
53. It's my high school bookie.
Let's get on board. My high school bookie. Do a couple reads for my high school bookie. They're not really paying, but just do a couple reads. I got to take care of some things. Just mention them.
Gift cards. And then we're efforting friend of the show / co-host Josh Schertz because, watch this, Doug. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Beat the Bonnies last night, and the Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies. Well, the Billikens did, and that is a great win. Illinois just keeps skull-effing people. I don't know what's going on there. Ever since coming back against the Fighting Tigers down the stretch, they have been just pounding people. They went up to the Northwest and beat up on Oregon, Washington, come home. And, Doug, if what Penn State did last night is any indicator for the football team, that's going to be a problem tonight against Notre Dame because their basketball team got pounded by ILL. And the Billikens with a big win over the Bonnies. The Bonnies, nobody beats the Bonnies except our co-host, Josh Schertz. So we're efforting him. Martin and I were deciding when the proper time is to send a text to the head coach. You decided 8 o'clock?
Yeah, I didn't want to ask Jackson since he's texted Robert Thomas at 6:30 in the morning. I felt like that's a little early. 8 o'clock, coaches get up and get after it. Coaches are up and moving.
He's probably listening. He's probably texting in as Mr. Bojangles, who says Illini top player out, too.
He texted me and said, I'm a big Epiphany guy. When we're talking about, we're talking grade
bowling
schools.
alley.
Known for their bowling alley. I do like a good...
That's where we do Thanksgiving now for the McKernan family.
Really?
Is that South Side? It's going to call me low-key bougie now? Where y'all at?
You bowl for Thanksgiving?
What else would you do if you're on the South Side?
I don't know.
That's where we do Thanksgiving. My dad doesn't want to host
trying
anymore.
too hard. Like, we'll just go bowling. Let everyone know, Timmy, that we're still bowling, and that's a South Side thing.
No, my brother bought Epiphany bowling lanes a couple years ago. It was going to go out of business. Yeah. That's why I'm doing payola for the family right now.
Just measured him a couple times. Not on the books.
And so my dad said, having all these people over at the house, Timmy, I don't know. Kevin just said, we'll do it at the bowling alley. And so now, just like a bunch of good Hoosiers, we go to the bowling alley for Thanksgiving. And I got to tell you, it works out pretty nicely.
Do you wear bowling shoes?
I'm grandfathered in to break the law because I wear lifts, and it would be awkward to go from,
I think
to go from 5'6" to 5'1" on Thanksgiving. I think people would notice it.
I think bowling shoes are a scam.
Wow, that's a take.
Why?
Scam.
If you're wearing sneakers, what's the difference?
There's a big difference.
No, I'm just
sneakers will get
family?
stuck. They'll get stuck, and you'll fall over. You're supposed to slide.
Yeah, you're drinking the Kool-Aid.
Well, have you ever tried to bowl with tennis shoes?
No, but I can't imagine.
Well, you got to test your theory. You got to test your theory.
You'd get
Kurt,
stuck.
you're disagreeing.
Big bowling call in.
Yeah, you're wrong.
We
on
need
this
Iggy.
one.
We need Iggy on this.
I don't know. Seems like I respect the bowling. I think I make some money, but I think I could bowl in my sneakers.
My favorite thing is the shoes being just obnoxious colors, and I think it's done just so you won't steal them.
I
They just
actually
make
agree with
them
that.
so obnoxious that you wouldn't steal them.
Brown.
Yeah, red, green.
They look like brown Oxfords. I'm with you.
Let's talk. We'll take your bowling shoe calls.
Absolutely.
Also, if they didn't,
314-974-0101.
if they didn't rent you the shoes or require you to wear them, people might use their street shoes. Would have rocks and pebbles and things, and they would destroy
Scuff
the
up
lane.
the lane.
Fair
Jackson.
enough. Fair. Hey, listen.
Sounds like you're withdrawing your take.
It was a half-hearted take to begin with.
Clip that off.
You'd be better off bowling in your socks than tennis shoes because socks would slide, and you
Okay.
need to slide a little bit.
I don't. I'm a bad bowler, though.
Let's go bowling. Let's take the team out. You guys want to go
Go
bowling?
to Epiphany.
I can't spin it. I just have to throw it straight.
I do too,
And I feel like I'm a real loser.
Guys, my family's been living on Hoffman Avenue down the street from Epiphany way before Highway 44 was built. And Epiphany Lanes is an amazing place to take the family. It's from the 314. Yeah, we're really working in the Yola today. Right across from Pizza Go-Go. Oh, Doug Pizza Go-Go. Anybody ever had Pizza Go?
No.
Chairman, you had to. You live right by there. Jackson has. Cash only, Martin.
That's a good business to have.
No, cash
Just
only.
put it
at
under the
Pizza.
door.
If they've been there since before Highway 44 was built, it was built, I see, in 1956.
I like Ike.
Yeah. That's a while to live there.
Why are you taking a shot at people who are loyal to the South Side?
Almost 70 years they've lived there.
That's like wearing cleats to play ice hockey, Jackson. That's from the 314.
In fairness, I wouldn't know the difference either. I imagine you
To
need
wear cleats
blades.
playing
Have you
hockey?
withdrawn the take?
Kind of.
Okay. Kind of. I thought of Jackson when I saw this headline on ESPN.com. Why Cavs win over Thunder is and isn't an early NBA Finals preview.
Let me tell you
so
something.
it's both.
Yeah,
It's both.
I had SportsCenter on this morning, even though it wasn't a Scott Van Pelt episode. Nicole Briscoe was on, Doug. She's married to, we got to get Charlie Marlowe to confirm this, but if I'm not mistaken, she's married to somebody in the auto racing community.
Sounds right.
And and then I didn't recognize the person with her. And boy, they were spending a lot of time on what I'm sure will be mentioned in Jackson SportsCenter updates: the Cavs and the Thunder and the 15-game winning streak, Doug, that you were so fascinated by.
Yeah, I'm just now hearing about it.
Garland's big shot. That'll be in an update, but not in the 7 o'clock hour. That's more of a
That'll be
Blues
Blues
vehicle.
taking on the Ducks tonight. Pregame 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m.
Can't
Blues
follow
opening
against
up
his old squad, Tim.
That's right. 4-game homestand.
Following the Ducks game?
You locked up. It wasn't. You weren't being queried at all. Tim was just mentioning that the Blues are playing the Ducks tonight.
I didn't think it was really all that.
But then he put his hand out
Well, I did. I was saying 4-game homestand.
To which I say, indeed.
Indeed.
Jay Randolph.
Indeed.
Who was he interviewing when he said that?
Russ Cochran, golfer.
And what was the setting?
It was the PGA Championship at Belle Reve, I think, and he was covering it for somebody. I forget who. So this was early to mid '90s.
1992 PGA.
Yeah, and the media group was right there at the end of the 18th hole, ready to interview the contender who was leading. And Jay, being Jay, of course, led the charge. We all kind of deferred to him. And the first question he asked to Russ Cochran, who had, I guess, taken the lead, was, Russie, indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And we were all thinking, if we asked that question, they would look at us like, who the hell gave you a credential? Get on out of here.
Did he have a question after that? Or
No,
just
that was it. Russie, indeed. And Cochran goes, well, that's right, Jay. Hit that 7-iron on the 17th hole,
like he's
just
his
like I
co-host.
wanted. Yeah.
That's a great point.
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully is in the YouTube chat, and plenty are. Already 110 friends have gathered 17 minutes into the program. And Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says Tim and Jackson are planning soccer-themed hoodies for the win. Jackson, you have I've got my St. Louis Steamers hoodie on, Doug. Remember the Steamers?
Oh, sure.
See if I can make this visible for the YouTube viewers, youtube.com/TMASTL.
Okay.
And what is your soccer theme? Is
I
that
have a
Ted Lasso?
Ted Lasso hoodie.
Jackson lives and dies by Ted Lasso sayings, Martin. I don't know if you were aware of that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
get to know the alliance.
It's a lot. He takes quotes. Like this quote is a Walt Whitman quote, the "Be curious, not judgmental" thing. So
And that was the dart scene, Doug?
yeah,
I don't know what
my
it
favorite
was.
scene.
No.
Barbecue sauce.
My favorite scene, barbecue.
Chew on that.
I don't even know what most of that means.
4-game homestand.
Okay, that's right.
Oh, yeah, Blues and Ducks, Blues and
Okay.
Blue Jackets,
See
and
how
Blues
that
and Flames back to back.
Plays out.
Yep. My favorite scene, I guess I could do it. Mount Rushmore, baptism scene, Godfather, Doy. This is a little old school, but it just still resonates with me. The church scene at the end of The Graduate.
Copacabana.
Why? The final montage with Layla, Goodfellas, and then the oil scene with Chasey Lynn,
No.
Jill Kelly, and Kylie Ireland. And that was, what was that, like 95, 96?
I don't know the
Dimitri
years,
Young
Tim.
hit the triple, and Brian Jordan hit the home run, Game 4 of the NLCS against the Braves.
Indeed.
And then Dennis Eckersley waved his finger at the Braves dugout, and they
didn't like that.
They were very unhappy with that. We'll take your thoughts on the 96 NLCS. 314-399-9646. You can text in that way. YouTube chat's active as the day is long. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can call into the program. Chairman Kurt will take your calls, 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Hey, 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. The dossier, which Doug is unhappy with, not because of its content per se, but because of the stapling.
Well, if you can see it on YouTube, I think anyone would back me up on this. It just isn't very well organized.
Yeah, it's bad.
You know how you got to stack the paper right before you staple it? You kind of crunch it together. Clearly, that was not done.
Yeah, not at Ladue, it wasn't.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to just deal with it.
Very unfortunate. Bernie Federko, Joe Theismann. And what percentage would you put on Josh Schertz, Martin?
32.
I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go above 50%.
I think he'd be willing. My concern is that they've got something lined up. You know, they got a video review or a meeting. They don't play till next week. They don't have a game this weekend, so that opens the window a little bit.
I think it's good for the program to get out and talk about what was a really good win. They're undefeated in the A-10 now. 3-0.
Only undefeated team left in the A-10.
That's right, in conference play. And the Bonnies, I think, were 14-1 coming in.
Yeah, 8 straight wins going into that game.
Doug, who was the Bonnies' only loss?
That team that clipped them. If you give me
Missouri's
I'll
last
remember
win
it.
in the NCAA tournament.
If you just give me about 20 more seconds, I'll probably remember it.
Hold on, I have to remember Missouri's last. Was it Frank Haith?
Could have been Utah
get outta
State.
here.
Now you've upset.
D. Gates 2 years ago. Okay, who did they beat in it?
The initials are US.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Wow. There are gifts out there of Jackson fist pumping during the game.
Utah State.
Utah State.
Come on, pal! That's from Jackson's conscience in the
hell did I
YouTube
do?
chat.
Oh, the
I think it's
staple?
the stapling situation.
St. Bonnie has wins over Lemoyne and Bryant.
Lemoyne?
Lemoyne, Lemoyne. Anybody heard of that?
Didn't Schertz go to Bryant? No, I'm getting confused now. I took a little NyQuil last time. I'm a little off.
Oh, did you? Boy, that'll get you. Did you take it to fall asleep, or are you ill?
No, I got a little just throat thing
I
going
had
on.
that last week, and I did NyQuil. I think, was it Saturday night I took NyQuil? You said, just go ahead and do it. And I said, fine.
I didn't say anything.
It helps, but you are in a
Oh,
fog.
I slept until 10 o'clock. And when you have a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old, and you're still in bed at 10 o'clock, you feel like you're late for school. Because you know all hell's about to break loose when you go downstairs.
If it's that powerful, I bet it's possible to OD on NyQuil, isn't it?
You wake up,
If
you
it
don't
knocks you
know
out
it.
that much?
I think you'd have
Jackson just looked at you with disgust, and I have no idea why.
to essentially freebase it to get enough in you to get
Has
it.
anybody ever freebase?
If you can buy it,
NyQuil?
if you can buy it over the counter, you'd have to the amount you'd have to take to OD would probably be
Like
crazy.
if you drank the whole bottle?
I mean, if you drank like a whole bottle of Everclear, you're also probably not going to be doing too well. It's got alcohol, which is poison.
Did this all start because I couldn't remember the Utah State game?
Yes, it was a real tell.
You guys made it. The environment when I walked in was combative right away when Doug complained about the staples. I said, all right, that's the
boy, here we
vibe. That's
go.
the vibe. Which is
By the way,
fine.
Bob Ramsey did update yesterday the story of the missing bus at St. Bonaventure.
It did happen.
But it was after I left the program. And he said we had a functional alcoholic bus driver, left the game to get post-game pizza, and never returned. When stopped by the state trooper miles away, she said she had already dropped the team off at the airport. And they're back at the arena looking for their bus. They were able to track down the bus by tracking Travis's iPad, which was on the bus. So they use a little detective work. So they leave the old arena in St. Bonaventure, Olean, New York, probably a little chilly at the time, and they walk out. The bus is not there, and apparently the bus driver just up and left. According to Bob Ramsey. Thank you, friend of the
So
show.
that is a confirmed story. The Bonnies. Doug, Chairman Stephen Wildwood is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023. Currently, Buck Swope, your defending champion for 2024. Good morning, Chairman Steve.
Hey, boss!
Doug, don't you love that
Well,
passion?
yeah.
It's 7:25
He's
in
up and at 'em.
St. Louis.
By the way, I was not the functional alcoholic bus driver, so I'm just a different functional alcoholic over here.
Would you consider yourself a functional alcoholic?
No, Doug, I haven't had a drink in 6 days.
No, really. Good for you. That's a long time
What a
to go.
stretch.
It is for me.
You got a chip for that?
Do I get mine? I don't think so, but now I'm going to get text from recovering that they have openings. But I met Tim's parents last week at Harbortown, and the first thing I say is, you don't sound a bit like Marty's imitation, and he
That
just
is
kind of
correct.
chuckled. Then he said, "How do you know Tim?" And I said, "From the radio show." And he had a kind of perplexed look on his face. I think he was either thinking, why did Tim hook me up with this maniac who listens to his show, or, why would Tim do this to me kind of thing. But we had a nice conversation.
Oh,
Very
did
nice
you?
people, Tim.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you, Chairman Steve. They were a fan of your work as well.
Yeah, they're very nice people.
And you went out there, and I set the over-under on your score at Harbortown that day. I should have checked the forecasts because I think I built in an advantage. If it was windy, all hell would have broken loose. But apparently the winds were down, Doug. I set the over-under at 107.5, and Chairman Steve went out there and shot, 51-49 for a total of 100?
Yes, sir.
That's
yes,
a-
sir.
that's-
That was
He is.
That was with 5 3-putts.
Did you play by all the
tell you
rules,
what.
mister?
Uh-oh, Doug is accusing
of
you
course.
of being P.
Of course.
Reed.
Any mulligans?
I had 3 penalty strokes, no mulligans.
How many putts did you pick up?
Well, I mean,
Uh-oh.
the 4 caddy picked up a couple.
Okay.
I mean, they weren't like long putts. It was after my 3rd putt, so I was close enough to. I would have tapped it in.
Well,
Doug,
okay.
you could add 5
nutted it.
strokes. I'm still there.
Okay. Did you improve your lie along the way?
No, he did.
Okay. All right. Now we're getting to it.
Doug, you feel like you should know Steve
Yep.
$1,000 for the under bet?
No.
He's not going to pay me anyway. Doug's a welcher.
Are you known as a welcher in the betting community?
You thought I was going to pay you $1,000?
Tim said you would.
No. Well, he's wrong.
His word is gold.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, but I think I kind of want to comment on your bouginess, Tim. I think you're kind of. I don't know Anna Marie that well, but she's West County, and the intersection of
Disturb me
West
if he
County
did know
and
her
South
well.
St. Louis is where you're at. So she brought you up, you brought her down.
I agree with that. Yeah, yeah.
Because she went.
Yeah,
I'm just
she
going
went
by,
slumming, both in physical appearance and in geographic origination. You are correct, sir.
Exactly.
And really in
our
career
women
choice.
usually keep us a little higher up than we are, really.
Yeah.
But no, that course is awesome. And at like 17, I had a birdie putt there, Tim.
Doug, let's pull up.
We're
Here
going
we
to
go.
go shot by shot to your round of golf.
Let's pull up
Golf guy.
17.
Here
And
we go.
I'll be honest
Doug
with you. When
loved
I was handicapping your round, I said, you guys can count on a double bogey from him on 17. A long par 3 into the wind, very challenging. He's going to have maybe a shot and a hazard and a bunker. He's going to short side himself. He's going to 3-putt. And instead, he goes out there and has a birdie putt. Doug, you've pulled up the video. What do you see here? A little left,
Seeing
right?
nothing.
I stuck it too. It was, but I parred the hole. But it was good. I must say, Kevin, my 4 caddy, the former NYPD cop, and he was awesome. He was he had a little New York accent, so it kind of added some flavor to the round. So I tell you
Frank in
what,
Jersey City. What's up, Frank?
A 4 caddy could make Riverside enjoyable.
No.
You know,
What'd you have to pay him? What'd you have to pay him?
$100.
Oh,
Wow, that's a nice tip for a 4 caddy, Chairman. You're
Yeah,
flush.
he was such a nice guy, and I was feeling generous because I was in a good mood.
oh, were you?
Because you knew you'd won
I didn't have-
$1,000
I
from
didn't have a
Doug.
He
50.
didn't win
It's like, what do? Do you go, hey, can I have $50 back? Or 20 back or whatever?
So you carry a lot of C notes in your wallet, do you, pal?
No, I usually don't, but I knew I had to that day.
Okay.
Right, Doug?
Well, we all have stories.
You know,
Okay.
Doug.
Yeah.
But I played, Tim, I also played Atlantic Dunes and a couple rounds at Shipyard.
Would
too.
you like to go through any of your holes for Doug?
How
No.
about your second shot on the 3rd hole?
Actually, the 3rd hole.
Here we go.
Funny you mentioned that, Marty. That's that.
regret
that
it.
Par 3 over water, Tim. Right?
Doug is the 3rd at
I don't
Atlantic
know.
Dunes.
I
No,
just
this
don't.
is at Harbortown. I'm back to Harbortown. Sorry.
Okay.
Because I played 18 at Harbortown. I played 9 at the
Oh, what'd you
other.
shoot there, Sideburns?
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Give it to me, Jackson. I got a bone to pick with you, too, Jackson.
What's the
Oh,
problem with
get
Jackson?
that.
Are you
That
unhappy with his
third hole, I got
stapling
so
job as
lucky.
well?
It hit like the railroad tie, the retaining wall for the water, and it bounced up and went right on the green. So I got lucky. you know, and a little puck luck out there.
Gotta have puck luck.
Maybe I'll text Schertz now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You go take care of some business, Marty. No, I won't keep you guys. But.
Chairman, it's always wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much, and Doug will be Venmoing you $1,000. I guess.
Mom and Dad, say hello.
God bless. I shall. Thank you so much. That's Chairman Steve on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You like when the listeners call in and recap their rounds and go shot
by shot, like anyone cares. No, you have to be careful when you say you're going to shoot a certain score. It depends on what rules you play by. I say when you play by whatever rules you want to play by. I don't care. It doesn't affect anybody else. But if you're making bets with people, you got to play by a certain agreed upon set of rules.
And that is why you will not be Venmoing him $1,000.
Right.
Tim, you love golf, but are you a golf guy? Do you tell your wife, your friends, like, on that fourth hole?
Because I played so much poker, and I know how people, it's to give something that's much more popular to people, because poker wouldn't be in that category. It's fantasy football guy telling the story of their fantasy team.
I could have played so-and-so. I left him on my bench.
I know.
Great.
Unless you're talking to other golf people, they don't want to hear about your shots. Poker, it would be famous when I'd be playing in the World Series of Poker at the main event to avoid the hallways, because somebody's going to tell you their bad beat story, which means, let's say they had aces against kings and somebody got a king and beat him, whatever. Nobody wants to hear it, you know. And video game guy, I guess. I'm not video game guy, but talking about their, you know, Fortnite experiences or whatever the hell it is. Fantasy football, video game guy, poker bad beat guy, and golf guy. Those guys can be problematic, anecdotal storytellers.
Yeah, fantasy football guy. You're not Belichick. You're not Lombardi, fella. Oh, if I'd only played Henry. Well, why wouldn't you have played him? You know?
Yeah, why was Derrick Henry on the bench?
Yeah, and also in the days of legalized sports gambling, the like ridiculous parlay you made and telling me how it lost, I was like, oh, your 8-leg first touchdown scorer bet lost?
Absolutely.
I'm so shocked.
Yeah, usually the sharp bettors play parlays.
Yeah, and prop parlays at that.
I love Chairman Steve, but I did decide during that call it was probably important to reach out to Coach Schertz. Felt like we had an opening there.
Is he listening?
Well, I noticed the last time he texted me,
it was when you guys were both at the MAC.
It was the next day, and it was at 7:16 a.m. So I feel like he has set a precedent.
There's no way he's like sleeping in till.
No, I just didn't want to be that annoying.
But he probably didn't get home last night until after 11.
Yeah, but the show starts at 7, and he's not going to miss the first segment.
But then he's probably still jacked up and probably didn't go to bed till 1 o'clock.
He
or so.
sent out a tweet last night saying that, or maybe it was Troy Robertson, friend of the show.
Kilcoyne.
Yeah, saying that he passed up his Raising Cane sandwich and gave it to somebody else because his wife had prepared a salad for him. So he wanted to eat lightly tonight.
New Year?
Oh, maybe that's what's going on.
Raising Cane's makes a sandwich?
I don't know, honestly.
No, I think fingers, they do. Right?
No,
Is it like just the chicken fingers between bread?
Yeah,
okay.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Which
I
would
didn't
be
know.
a sandwich, right, Doug?
That would be a sandwich. I just didn't know. I didn't know if they had come out with because all these fast food places are coming out with chicken sandwiches.
There's like a chicken war going on, wasn't there?
Yeah, for a while there. After Popeyes came out with theirs.
If you put any food between two pieces of bread, does that make it a sandwich?
Yes.
Anything at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, this is going to get into the hot dog thing, which is like Die Hard, a Christmas movie, and that's all just what we doing.
Martin, did you follow that? Or are you over there texting with the head coach of the Billikens?
I said the guys also want to know what's up with the salad.
I'm curious where he falls on suit versus like quarter zip on the sidelines.
You love that Dennis Gates wears a suit.
I like it, but I wouldn't say I want to hear opposing opinions on guys who wear like a quarter zip, because he goes quarter zip and more athletic pants.
But you were all worked up about Adrian Brody dressed like Pat Riley in Winning Time on HBO.
It's a shame we're not getting more of that. It's actually a travesty. He was about to go full Pat Riley. He's going to be awesome. Slick back and all.
I'd like a mix. I feel like a suit every once in a while.
For the big games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time. Like Buzz Williams always going 3-piece. I never like, but I think for certain games.
Buzz Williams does go 3-piece.
It's a little much. Vest. Come on.
Bruce Weber would break out the orange coat for the big ones.
Like that.
And producer Dave, a big Illinois guy at Fox 2, would be like, oh, good, he's wearing the orange tonight. Like, it's a thing for Illinois fans if they would break out the blazer. Let's get Coach a blue. Get that Billiken blue. Let's get him a blazer.
That would be
we'll see a little TMA logo on there.
NFL coaches used to dress up really nice.
Yeah.
Well, Hank Stram and Tom Landry and some of these guys, always a suit. And now, I guess maybe thanks to Belichick, they show up in ratty old hoodies and sweatshirts, and it's just, I think as the CEO of an organization, I think you ought to try to look a little bit more professional than how some of these coaches look now.
Belichick was for sure the raggediest. I mean, when you have like self-cut off hoodies.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're going to be holding Coach Schertz accountable when he calls in because he's more in the casual sphere.
Yeah, I know that's the way it's gone.
And hold him accountable.
Basketball, they're kind of jumping up and down a lot. And I could see how you'd want to be comfortable, but I think they do need to look nice.
John Score says Jay Wright was dapper.
Yes, he was.
Dressed to the nines every time.
Boy, Jackson, that really got you going. Well, little soft cow over there, bro?
No. McKernan, head coach of UCLA.
He went after his club.
Isn't he a vest guy, too?
He's not a vest guy, but he always has his suit buttoned up. Like both buttons buttoned up. Sitting, standing, doesn't matter. He's always fully buttoned up, and I think that's
Caller Ellen would like Doug to do a Bruce Weber impersonation. She's in the air.
They got awfully good bigs in Southern League. If we can just get the ball down low, I think we can beat this club. My throat hurt just
Should we go
listening
from
to
Ask Tony La Russa to Ask Bruce Weber?
Bruce Weber lives in Webster.
I was about to say, my son had a T-ball game a couple years ago, and Bruce Weber was sitting there. I go, wow, what the hell's going on here?
He was an awfully nice guy.
Oh, super nice.
Great guy. Lives in Webster. I think he has a place in Florida. But if you think about it as a coach, you move around, and then you're in Champaign for all those years, but you get fired. You're not going to stay. Go to K-State, have a nice run with the Wildcats. Then you get fired. You're not going to stay. And I think one of his daughters lives in the Kirkwood area, and he's got grandkids. And so he works for Big Ten Network, Chicago. It's an easy flight from here. So people would see him in Webster and say, is that Bruce Weber?
That's what happened to me. I had no idea.
He'll come in. You want him to come in the studio?
Yes.
He would do it.
We got some sneaky celebrities who live here. Between he and Wayne Gretzky. And
the sneakiest one I still say was, or in the last decade, was Marcus Allen.
Were you so random? Yeah, over in Illinois.
Yeah. And I played golf with him a few times, and it wasn't like he didn't want people to know. It's just like I think people were like, I think I saw Marcus Allen, but I don't know why.
Because he still looks like Marcus Allen.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he looks like the same.
Here's another one, Daryl Strawberry.
I was about to say
Strawman. That's a nice Mount Rushmore of random St. Louis celebrities. I would agree 99. I mean, he's not full-time, but
he I guess playing here, does that change anything? I don't know. Because like Strawberry and
it was a very brief run.
Right.
Daryl Strawberry knocked out the clock at Busch Stadium 2, I believe, Doug. He caught a pitch flush. And who would be fourth? Random former athletes.
See, that's what we got to become. Like all these celebrities live out in Wyoming and these ranches. We got to become that. We got to become like the satellite place for the celebs.
Nice.
There's random. I think Kyle Gibson, before the Cardinals signed him, he lives in the area.
He went to Missouri, right?
Yeah. But he lives in the area. Andrew Benintendi lives here. There's a bunch of because I think of his wife.
Outfielder?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he's shown up to games with St. Louis gear on before.
Yeah. Kelsey goes to Blues games because the Chiefs and the Blues have an alliance.
Great partnership.
John Hamm doesn't live here anymore, does he? Probably not.
I don't think so. Yeah, my brother-in-law is from Calgary, and he said, this is 5 years ago at least, he said, I think I just saw Wayne Gretzky at Starbucks. Is that possible? And I said, yes. He goes, oh, my God, was that really? I said, yes. Go to Sportsman's, you might see him for lunch.
When I drive by some of those mansions in Ladue and Huntley when I'm there, I want to know who lives in every house. I want to know what they did.
Ask Mr. Licks.
I want a big sign in front of the house saying, who is this, and what the hell did you do to get this much money? I think that's reasonable.
Usually low-powered AM radio.
Most of it. It's probably why they don't put the signs out there.
We're getting texts on the topic, Marty Brodeur. But he played with the team. It's kind of like the Gretzky thing. He played, but I mean, it was kind of a cup of coffee.
It's not as random as Strawberry or Marcus Allen's more random even than Strawberry.
That had no apparent connection to St. Louis at all.
Tiger Woods lives in South Alton, according to Dimitri Sokolowski.
I don't think he does.
Hey, guys, I saw Timothy Chalamet up at the BP on Loughborough in Hampton last weekend. That's from Big Tuft. Is that correct? Jackson, you'd be at that BP all day waiting to see Timothy Chalamet.
I like to hang out, talk it over.
I'm there multiple times a week. I'm not buying it.
Really?
He didn't help you out of the ice ditch?
No, I wish.
I've seen Tom Hanks stealthily moving through the shadows of Kirkwood.
I don't think so.
It's from the Crestwood Coyote. All right. Well, it sounds like a lot of celebrities are here. We just were able to find 3. Ron Culpa lives here. That's from the Pensacola Porpoise, Doug.
Is that from Ron Culpa?
If the Pensacola Porpoise is Ron Culpa, then the answer is yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to text into the program 314-399-9646. The text line is sponsored by Air Comfort Service. Our phone line is brought to you by Collier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. Would you like to go shot by shot through one of your golf rounds? Doug would love to hear it.
Really fascinated by it.
Call in. And then Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast of TMA and the programs here on 101 ESPN. Your dossier for today featuring Bernie Federko in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Joe Theismann in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. He'll be with us at 10 o'clock. I would imagine he's in Miami for the game tonight. I just have to think.
He
wouldn't be.
Yeah, I bet he would be.
And then we're efforting Josh Schertz, head coach of the Billikens, coming off of their really big win. They're kind of getting things going, I feel like, here as of late. Gibson Jimerson, Doug, and you say he's been in school since
the mid-'90s, I think.
He played with H.
Yeah, this is at least his 7th year playing for the club.
He went off last night en route to the win over the Bonnies. So Josh Schertz, we'll hope to have him on the program as he's a friend of the show. This is TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Our friends at Schnucks bringing back a great event. It's the St. Louis Food and Wine event, January 31st, February 1st, down at Union Station, downtown St. Louis, featuring hundreds of wines, a selection of craft beers, culinary delights around every corner. And new this year, you can purchase wine as you taste it with the online ordering site. You'll get exclusive event-only discounted prices, even lower than you find at your neighborhood Schnucks. Wine Club offers, and for more information about this great event, again, January 31st, February 1st, St. Louis Food and Wine. Way to warm things up this cold winter. You can find out more at schnucks.com/STL-food-wine. STL-food-wine. Food and Wine presented by Schnucks to benefit the Repertory Theater of St. Louis and Operation Food Search. So it's a fundraiser for great causes as well as a great event going on. It is St. Louis Food and Wine presented by Schnucks.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues taking on the Ducks tonight. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Next to dumb need and pure.
The enemy, the empire led to our funeral pyre. Yeah. There was John Clark, Willie, so Tom Tinkinger, 1985.
How good is this, Martin?
4.5.
4.5. That's out of 5. I would.
The great Chris Pelican was interviewing Scott Rowland, and he was asking about his health because he'd been injured at the time. And he said, "How are you feeling?" And Rowland said, "What's the scale?" And Chris goes, "I don't know, 1 to 12." He goes, "Oh, 1 to 12. Okay, well."
Piqued his interest with that.
Yeah, and I think he gave him a 6.7 or something because it was on a scale of 12.
I like that. A good scale of 12. It'll throw a gentleman off. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And you can watch the show and interact with other listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Our studio cameras for the YouTube channel brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Our dossier today prepared by the great Jackson Burkett of Ladue Horton Watkins class of 2016. Includes Bernie Federko at 8:15. Joe Theismann on Notre Dame and Penn State tonight in the college football playoff semifinals at the Orange Bowl. He'll join us at 10 o'clock. And then we are efforting Billiken head coach Josh Schertz following their win last night over the Bonnies. The previous segment on the Mount Rushmore of former superstars/superstar athletes living in the St. Louis area has led to a number of different texters reporting sightings here.
Are these verified, Tim?
I would have. Doug, you went in and verified them, didn't you?
Yes, they're all legit.
Flew out of Lambert last year very early in the morning. Not too many people in the airport at all. Saw Darryl Strawberry was going to be on my flight to Newark. I wanted to pick with him because I grew up in the 80s, and those battles with the Pond Scum Mets were classics. I went up to him and told him I was at the game where he blasted a homer and went so far he hit his face on the huge scoreboard they had in the outfield to try to break the ice with him. He wanted nothing to do with the conversation. I don't know if it was because it was so early in the morning or if he was creeped out by a man in his mid-50s acting like a teenage girl getting close to Taylor Swift. Anyway, I didn't get to pick with him. That's from the 573. Doug, an unfortunate anecdote from a Darryl Strawberry sighting. Let's see.
Here's a guy who saw Ernest Borgnine at the pair raising canes dragging that XL pant pig around. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's from I shaved Mike Walsh for this.
Okay.
So Ernest Borgnine was at the...
He's been dead for years.
But this was before he passed away.
Oh,
He was
must
at
have
the
been.
pair.
That makes
I feel
sense.
like he may have died before Raising Cane's even became a franchise.
I saw Kate Upton and Justin Verlander at an upscale restaurant in Webster Groves 4 years ago. By the way, she's way more attractive in person. That's from the 314. Where would she be dining in the Webster area? I'm Alvin Oak through and through.
Yeah,
I don't know. You think they're making it up?
She got the charred octopus? I guarantee you she did.
Do you trust anything that you read on here?
Well, I see that somebody, Eric in the Central West End, as a matter of fact. No, this is William Howard Tuft. I apologize.
Okay.
Margot Robbie lives in St. Charles. Have seen her a few times on Main Street and Chicken and Pickle.
I don't know about that.
Is that true, Jackson? I know you
It
own
can't be.
goodorbad.com, which ranks films good or bad.
I know St. Charles has a big Australian influx, and so I think she led the charge on that.
Ernest Borgnine died in 2012. Raising Cane's as a franchise began in 96, so I'm going to open the window of possibility.
Were they an STL by 2012?
That's a better question.
Yeah, because I feel like they weren't.
This says Elon Musk has a sandbar lot on the Merrimack.
Yeah,
That's
I knew
possible.
that. He got that early on, though. Pre-Tesla. Barbara Billingsley runs a hot dog stand in Bellefonte Neighbors.
Well, she's been dead longer than Ernest Borgnine, I think.
But that's from Professor Roy Hinckley.
Okay. Must be true then.
Thank you very much. Jackson, what a topic you have here on the dossier for the listeners here. James Franklin, first off, he was talking about Marcus Freeman's hairline yesterday.
And respect to Freeman's hairline, it is outstanding.
You like his hairline?
It's like cut right through the middle of his head. It's beautiful. It's
Cut
impressive.
through the middle of his head.
It bisects his head. It's great.
His hair bisects his head?
Hair bisects? So this is the second time we're saluting Johns.
Oh.
BISECTST. No, sorry.
Do you have a buzzer that you can play on yourself?
See, this is what people, they listen to the podcast, they think it's all great. They're live radio, baby. BISECTS, bisects. Cuts it in half.
But
So part down the middle of his hair.
No.
How did it come up with James Franklin? Was he asked
Because he's
about
bald?
it?
Well, because Franklin's bald. He's like, you're young, you're 38. Look at that hairline.
Yeah.
So he wasn't asked about it. He offered up
Yeah, it's
a
like
comment.
Franklin was at a bar in Clayton. Just
Would you
firing
say
on him.
Coach Freeman has a great hairline? I just wondered if it was a question.
Along those lines, after he was done flirting with the Notre Dame head coach, kind of took a shot. And I don't think he was intending to take a shot. Do you think he was? Take a listen, Doug. Figure this out.
Okay.
I think it should be consistent across college football. I think, again, this is no knock at Coach or Notre Dame, but I think everybody should be in a conference. I think everybody should play a conference championship game, or no one should play a conference championship game. I think everybody should play the same number of conference games, but just the numbers are going to make things more challenging if you're playing one more conference game. So I just think things need to be consistent across college football.
Now, the way that made its way around social media and sports aggregators yesterday, Doug, was James Franklin takes a shot at Marcus Freeman, and then you actually hear the soundbite, and it didn't really sound all that hostile.
No.
And I have to tell you, I think his point has a lot of merit.
I'm totally with him on the conference games, the same amount of conference games.
Conference games, and then also now the reasoning, just for the record, I would imagine a good portion of the audience knows this, why Notre Dame is not in a conference is because their television deal is exclusive for them and their home games on NBC. So they are able to do that. But if you're starting to look at this through the lens of equality and getting into playoffs, then Notre Dame is dealing with a different set of circumstances than the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big Ten's playing one more conference game than the SEC is at the moment, for the record.
Yeah, I'd be totally on board with the SEC playing 9 conference games, even to the detriment of Mizzou.
The Big Ten programs are a little annoyed that Notre Dame doesn't have to fall in line the way the rest of them do.
But they also can't get a first-round bye because of it.
But he also didn't really take a shot.
No.
Although it made for good headlines around the sports world.
Well, they won't change anything because it all gets down to money. And if Notre Dame is making a lot of money, they're not going to change anything. They're not going to join a conference. Who's going to make them? Who's in charge? Is anybody in charge of college football anymore?
James Franklin wants Nick Saban to be in charge.
But he's not now. So Notre Dame's not going to change anything they're doing.
No. Yeah,
Notre Dame, for the record, renewed its television deal in November of 2023 with NBC, and that goes through 2029. So NBC will continue to carry, it says, most Notre Dame home games. I don't know what. Oh, one goes to Peacock, and then that's why it was so rare for the game against Indiana in the first round of the college football playoff to not be on NBC, because Notre Dame's home games have all been on NBC or NBC-owned properties, dating back to the start of that television deal.
Right.
And for the record, Notre Dame receives $50 million per year from NBC.
And a conference team like Missouri, you have any idea about how much they would get from the SEC?
Bet 20, 30
You crowdsourcing,
million. Are you
bro?
saying like SEC Network?
Yeah.
So TV money specifically, I bet you it's about 20, 30 million.
Yeah, so Notre Dame's getting 2 times or more money from not being in a conference than teams would get being in a big conference.
$721 million of total revenue was divided amongst the SEC's 14 universities in 2021 through 2022.
It's a little higher, right?
The SEC will distribute $741 million to its 14-member universities, about $51.3 million per school. From the 2022-2023 fiscal year, Commissioner Greg Sankey announced. That was last year. Greg Sankey announced that.
So it's close to being the same.
Well, now Texas, Oklahoma, I'm not sure how that affects now that there's 16 teams. I'm sure that the money goes up the revenue pool.
This is from last year, so I would say that is most likely accurate. But either way, it gives you a ballpark idea. But it would be material if you were dividing it by 16 instead of 14.
Yeah.
Either way, the schools are receiving approximately the same amount as Notre Dame, approximately. But they have to navigate the labyrinth of the SEC. And this isn't an SEC homer take. This is, I would say, the Big Ten. Might not necessarily be as deep as the SEC, but it was more top heavy this year. And schools have to navigate that. Notre Dame can, hand pick its schedule for the most part. They've had traditional rivals. They've played USC year in, year out. And
usually Army and Navy.
Yeah, that's
Boston
right.
College used to be a thing.
Yep.
Michigan
used to be a thing. That's not regular. Penn State was a thing, and they don't play regularly now, but they'll play for the first time in 17 years. Tonight, we'll talk that over with Joe Theismann coming up at 10 o'clock. Send your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you were saying last night how fun it is to see the various names all winning this month. Nobody's really running away with it. Buck Swope has a win. Misty Plops has a win. Doty's Takeaway has a win. The D-Gen from Jefferson County has a win. And who won yesterday, Jackson? Because I don't know if these standings are updated. This is like CompuScore. It hasn't updated yet.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. She has a monogramming business.
I just feel like Buck Swope is on a whole different level, but we get tired of voting for him sometimes.
I disagree. I'm always going to vote for the best email, and if it's Buck Swope, sometimes it just doesn't get to me.
It usually is.
Well, how come he didn't?
Because some of the others are vile, and they should be disqualified for that.
Doty's Takeaway is incredible.
Fellow the other day was suspended and still won. The D-Gen from Jeffco.
That's your own suspension. Chairman Kurt does not respect your suspension.
Well, he
log.
should.
You can get involved on the program. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is one of the many ways to do it. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we got big news about this Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, brother. You want to know what that news is? James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is giving away 2 incredible seats for tonight's Blues and Ducks game. James Carlton just saying, hey, I got these tickets. Got to be honest with you. I want to watch Notre Dame and Penn State. He's a big college football guy, but I don't want to go to waste. I'd like to give him to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day winner, and that's what he's doing. So the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day will get great seats for tonight's Blues Ducks game. And this is the game, Doug, when they do the Stanley Cup winning video that will be narrated by John Hamm. This is the game that will be cited as the game that began what will be an 11-game win streak, this Blues and Ducks game.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah, the big bounce back after the disappointment in Minnesota. So you're going to get to see it and have great seats courtesy of James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. And even though it's 8:04, we're still in the 7 o'clock hour, Doug.
Are we really?
Does that fascinate you, how that works? Is that kind of like the DeLorean with Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd?
I feel like I'm in some sort of time machine.
Jennifer Jason Lee? Am I right? Jennifer Jason Lee? Am I right on that,
I
Jackson?
don't know. Crispin Glover. He once almost kicked, was it Letterman right in the head?
Yes.
Kicked him in the head.
He almost did.
Why?
I don't think it was even a bit. I think he was just that weird. Like Joaquin Phoenix was doing a bit.
Sketches and bits.
I think Crispin Glover was just really, really weird.
Yeah. Very weird.
Well, he's going to join us at 9:30.
Surprise.
Is that Leah Thompson? Is that Leah Thompson, not
Is it Leah
Jennifer?
Thompson, not
I
Jennifer
think
Jason Lee?
good or bad gotcha.
Well, I looked it up. I'm not really.
Okay.
I don't know exactly off the top of my head.
I know Jamie Burkhardt's the best. I know Peter Munganess is the best. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online. It's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. If you're looking for a new car or a pre-owned car, you can go shopping right now at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And they set up a number for TMA listeners to have direct access to them. You can call it or text it. And it's specifically for TMA listeners. 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. 0029. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Bernie Federko coming up, Joe Theismann coming up, and friend of the show / co-host Josh Schertz. I've got him at 58% to join us.
Have you really?
I do.
Okay.
I said 32%. Now I could control.
You could
control it by texting him back saying never mind, just to win the bet.
Wow.
Right. I did add. Guys want to know what's up with the salad. Maybe I should have left that out of it.
Doug, I got a Nolan Arenado update for you.
Okay.
I mean, these updates are limited when I say updates.
Not a lot of meat on the bone.
Not a lot of meat. That's a perfect way to say it. This is from our friends at Nesson, the New England Sports Network. The pendulum seems to swing in favor of the Boston Red Sox amid their interest in trading for Nolan Arenado. Boston needs a right-handed bat, wouldn't have to supply a long-term contract commitment, and has been deemed a, quote, strong candidate to land Arenado. The Red Sox just have to inherit the remaining $74 million on Arenado's contract, all while not worrying about the interference of an American League East rival. The New York Yankees do not appear interested in Arenado, and I don't know if he's interested in going to the Yankees anyway, and that came from John Heyman on his program yesterday. Heyman added, it's hard to trade someone with a full no-trade clause whose salary needs to be lowered in some way, so it's difficult, it's not easy, and at the moment it does not feel that the Reds, it does feel like the Red Sox are the most likely landing spot if he does go somewhere, and he probably should, because I think he wants to. That's John Heyman talking about Nolan Arenado and the Red Sox and the Yankees being out on Arenado. I mean, the one thing on the Arenado thing that it is so important to the conversation, and I think it was the whole reason why Arenado declined the Astros deal, it just hasn't changed since then, is that Alex Bregman's still out there. That's the domino. And then for the Cardinal offseason, Arenado's the domino. So therefore, Doug, transitive property, Alex Bregman is the domino to the Cardinal offseason.
Okay, I see that. And what's it going to take to sign Bregman, you suppose? 25 mil a year for 5 or 6 years?
Wonder why his market's been
200?
kind of quiet here. Wonder what that's about. And if you're Nolan Arenado, your frustration with the franchise in St. Louis is that they didn't go out and get enough pieces. He's been pretty vocal about that, whether they were veteran pieces or just not having, quote, enough. Wouldn't it be ironic if the guy who complained they couldn't bring enough people in also is frustrated that they can't get him out? Like he always wanted more coming in, and now he wants out, and they can't get him out. It's. I think it's embarrassing for everybody involved. Even the Red Sox thing, saying they might be interested.
Yeah,
it's not clear if they are even interested.
You're exactly right. By the way, Bregman is reportedly looking for a 7-year, $200 million deal, and the Tigers are one of the teams that are talked about, along with the Red Sox. The Blue Jays, Mets, and Phillies also listed as possible landing spots for the Astros' former third baseman.
Well, so you could have Arenado for about a third of the price of what Bregman's going to cost you. Although Bregman, you'd have him for 7 years as opposed to, 2 more with Arenado? But that would still be significant savings.
Well, I'm sure you're also projecting production.
Yeah, I think they're not too far away. I think Arenado's better than he was last year still. So
I do like how Heyman says that you don't need to make a long-term commitment. It's only 3 years, $74 million. Isn't that crazy?
It's so relative, yes. As I'm reading that, that's exactly what I was thinking. For the record, Bregman's 30. He turns 31 on March 30th. Arenado will turn 34 in April.
Bregman's coming off a year when he hit 26 homers, drove in 75, batted .260. That's more home runs, but 10 more than Arenado hit. But he's also playing in a very home run-friendly park, and Arenado was not.
And you already have the agent saying, for Arenado, he wants to go somewhere where they've got the throttle down. He wants to go somewhere where they're wanting to win. So if that player doesn't get moved, you know he's incredibly unhappy in the position he's in. It's a really bad spot if you don't find a trade partner.
John Denton tweeting this out this morning. The Cardinals are handling Brendan Donovan much the same way they did Tommy Edman last year, a source told MLB.com. Edman signed a 2-year, $16.5 million extension to avoid arbitration. Donovan and the Cardinals are close to signing a multi-year deal before today's deadline. John Denton goes on to write, Donovan is now arguably the Cardinals' most valuable position player. That's the right response right there. That was exactly. There were no words, but the sound conveyed so much.
A nice player, but not the guy you want to be your star. That's fair, isn't it?
That's a nice take.
Okay.
A take I don't think too many people are going to argue with, especially when we're talking to people who, since Bill DeWitt took over the franchise, had Ozzie Smith, then Mark McGwire, then Jim Edmonds, then Albert Pujols, Scott Rowland, Matt Holliday,
Larry Bigby.
And Larry Bigby.
Go give us a Slurpee because they were trying hard.
Okay, well, they are trying hard.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way.
Okay.
Arenado's back is effed. His decline is real. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attracted to.
Well, there are some who feel that way. I guess they haven't really said much publicly at all about that. And he did play almost every game last year, so he feels well enough to play, just maybe not well enough to be his former self.
But that could be a concern out there, his overall health. Teams may have a little hesitancy about that. I think that's possible.
I'm still all in on the Cardinals trading him, but we're a month away from what we believe will be the return to the picnic table on February 10th. For this program after 5 long years away. And Martin, for you, nearly 2 decades away since you were shushed by Chris Carpenter at the picnic table during what I believe was a George Kissel ceremony, I think. Yeah.
Was that hurtful?
I had my back to the field. These asshats, Jim and Tim, could see it playing out.
Absolutely good.
Didn't bother to tell me that there was a ceremony breaking out behind me. I've got the headset on. Hey, welcome back. Well, let's get you ready for the season, folks, doing all this loud banter. And I see both of them just get real quiet. Unbeknownst to me, the skipper and George Kissel are behind me having a little
big
nice ceremony. They're dedicating the clubhouse, which there's still a plaque, I believe, above the door. I didn't know this was going on, and that's when Chris Carpenter walked over.
Chris Carpenter wasn't happy with our presence there anyway.
No, you were too close.
And the more I think about
our existence, I think, in general.
We really had quite the proximity to the door. We were right next to it, and Carpenter just went,
oh, big shush.
And I went, we'll take a break, maybe?
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
That's probably true.
John Cusick's in the YouTube chat along with 212 friends of the Feather and says, why do the Cardinals need a star? They'll just have a bobblehead night for a past player. That should fix everything, right? That's from John Cusick in the YouTube chat.
Yeah. I don't really remember a season, how long you'd have to go back when they didn't have some sort of Hall of Famer on their team. Or
Greg Jeffries didn't get in, right?
He did not, but that's how far you're going.
Right,
early to mid.
Yeah, 30 years or so.
That's what you got to go back to. Mm-hmm. And then, and then now we're staring down the barrel of it as John Denton tweets out Brendan Donovan is now arguably the Cardinals' most valuable offensive player. Hello, friends.
I would argue that Mason Wynn is their most valuable position player at the moment. When you can play a Gold Glove level shortstop and be a top of the order hitter and be 22, 23 years old, I think he's probably the most valuable.
Did he say their most valuable offensive player?
Yes, that's correct.
So he may be hedging it a little bit with Wynn's projected offense.
Well, no, he said the most valuable position player. So
position player. Okay, so both. So not just offense.
Yeah, you're going into it.
Yeah, then it's got to be Wynn.
He also says the Cardinals have been working on a multi-year deal with Lars Nootbaar, but unable to come to terms. Nootbaar is expected to sign a deal for 2025 today and return to the bargaining table in 2026 after potentially posting better power numbers. Where things might get dicey for the Cardinals is with JoJo Romero, who has tons of leverage. Romero set career highs in games, wins, and innings, and he finished 8th in all of baseball in holds in 2024. That's from John Denton. We're monitoring Lars Nootbaar, Brendan Donovan, and JoJo Romero.
So it's possible they could still lose Arenado, Romero, and Sonny Gray and Ryan Helsley. All 4 of those guys could be on the way out.
That's right.
Good morning.
Your thoughts are welcome. You can text in 314-399-9646. Bernie Federko with us. Blues and Ducks tonight. That's next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. CMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning our Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL and interact with the listeners in there. 191 folks in there talking it over, and you can join the conversation. And this conversation will include in this segment the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, who joins us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Bernie.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you doing?
Good, real good, thanks.
Good. I'll tell you what, Tuesday night, number one, disappointing, considering the comeback and then having the 2-goal lead. But then secondarily, thought it was noticeable, Jim Montgomery, it was the first time in his tenure as Blues head coach where he conveyed some frustration. I'm sure there's been frustration before, but this was the first time that he made it public because he felt like that could have been a great win, and it got away, and he felt like the grit wasn't there. That was a focal point in his post-game comments. What was your assessment of what we saw Tuesday night in Minnesota?
Yeah, that was an interesting comment that he made about the word grit because this team has played really well for the most part since he's taken over. So when I look at it, it was one of those games that they should have won. There's no question about it. When you got a 2-goal lead, you cannot be in a situation where you're going to the guy said, Tim, there's something going on with the phone. Can we try this again?
Got a phone issue. You're clear on our end, but Jackson will recall and get it, and that's
It happened with Robert Thomas where he would call us and he couldn't hear us. This one, it seemed fine.
Yeah, it was crystal clear. We'll call Bernie back. I don't know.
But that's what I would say too if I didn't really want to do the show. I mean, I actually think that's a veteran move.
Can't hear you.
Supposed to go have a coffee with his wife. He's like, I'll just tell him. I'll just tell him the phone.
Yeah, I remember he asked Pronger to come on the show one time, and he said, "I'm good, thanks."
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah. Jackson's yelling at him about the Oklahoma City win streak. I think that's the core issue. He just didn't want to hear it. Bernie Federko rejoins us. Tell me it's better now, Bernie. Please tell me it's better. We don't want some terrible noise in your ear outside of my voice. It is not
He's
better.
He's not there at all now.
Hello, Bernie.
Oh, now there he is.
There it is.
Okay.
Is it better?
Yes, it's better now.
Oh, no, Bernie, my theory is you just really didn't want to do the show and you were just going to make something up.
But I'll answer the question now. Yeah, so what he said was interesting because the team has played so well, really, for the most part, especially the last few games, especially the offensive side of it. I mean, they were on the attack mode. And I think it was great. But, you got, first of all, they gave up 6 goals in Columbus, which was not good. And then all of a sudden have a 4-2 lead. And then you give up the goals, especially the one to start the third period. I mean, you give up one to make it 4-3. And I think everybody was disappointed to see that because this team has been able to check for the most part all season long. I mean, they haven't been able to score, but when times where they needed to check, they were able to check. And it was one of those things to give up that early goal on Thursday. And as I said after the game, and the Blues were in a situation there. I mean, you're a game over 500. It's the first game of the second half. You win that game in Minnesota. You get 4 in a row here at home against teams that you should beat. You can really kind of put a run together and be back in a playoff position. But I think that was really kind of one of those games that really hurt you for mentally and physically. And I think that the frustration came out with Monty because I think he probably felt the same way that we were all thinking.
Mm. Well, we're happy that you've decided to go ahead and do this interview. And as a player, I don't ever remember you turning anybody down. You were, couldn't have been any nicer to the media. But were there some people that you just didn't really want to talk to? Were there some annoying people back in your day?
Oh, yeah. Name names.
You know what? There probably was, but I really, you know what? Doug, it wasn't near as intense as it was as it is now. I mean, with even the reporting, you had quick questions. Guys came in. Usually it was the Post-Dispatch or the old Globe Democrat, and it was just a couple of questions. And yeah, whether you win or lose, it was pretty easy. I think it's a little more intense now. So there's really no one that really asked any questions that were get under your skin. So none of it bothered me.
You never got mad that nobody ever brought something up and really poked. What about up in Detroit? Did they poke you?
No. You know what? No, not enough times. You know what? You know what? It's easier. And what's funny is that I don't understand why. Everybody has a job to do, and when you're done the game, and even with all the athletes now, they would rather have, in my opinion, why don't the reporters let them into the locker room right away. They've got jobs to do. They want to do it as quick as possible, and the guys want to get out of there. So I don't know why the locker room sometimes doesn't open for 15 or 20 minutes. Well, the guys, the reporters are sitting around waiting. They don't want to be waiting. They want to get their jobs done. So let them in, get the questions answered, and get out of there. And I don't know why they don't all do that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, sometimes after a tough loss, they'll have to drag somebody out of the back room, and you got 15 media people there, don't really want to ask a question. They know they just need something. It's kind of uncomfortable for everybody at times.
I agree. And it shouldn't be that way. You know what? Everybody's got a job to do. I mean, you got to answer for yourself. You're in the public eye, and when that's your job, you got to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Still, hockey players are much easier than just about every other sport. I don't know how many other sports you've been around for professional athletes trying to interview them. Probably not many. It wasn't really your job. But,
right, exactly.
But the hockey players have always been about the easiest to deal with that I ever came across.
Well, that's good to know. And again, it shouldn't be that big a deal. You know, I understand if you have a bad game, you sometimes don't want to talk to the press. But I mean, it is your job, even if you are having a bad game. But for the most part, you can hide. There's other guys in there that'll help you out. So there should always be people available to answer the question.
Yeah, what you and Doug are talking about, Bernie, it's something I had Kelly Chase in one time on my podcast, and we were just BS, and I said, why is it that way? Because it's a culture of the sport thing, and he said our game weeds out the a-holes at an early age, and the theories around it, because my son started playing hockey last year at 6 years old, is that you have a lot of parental involvement because, especially in the States, you're only so much ice time, so early skates, a lot of time on the road, so you're going to have parental involvement, and then kids, if they're, talented, they're going to be playing and living with families, and so that perhaps puts them on the right track in addition to kind of being held accountable by teammates and coaches in the room. Do you think that plays a role into the culture?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the beautiful thing about hockey, there's lots of early mornings and because of ice time and this and that, but I think what happens is, it's an hour. It's spending time together. It's not where you're dragging out for 2 or 3 hours where you're running out of things to talk about. I think that with hockey, you get there, you know what you have to do. I think the kids are always excited about getting out there and performing, and it's a short time. I mean, it's on the clock. It's 60 minutes, or in our game, but in the kids' game, it's not 60 minutes. It's an hour of whether it's running time or whatever it is, and I think there's just time for talk and for communication, for the most part, having fun. And as it gets more competitive, yes, I think that you wear your heart on your sleeve and you talk it out. And yeah, I think that anybody that turns out to be on the wrong side gets either flipped or he quits, and because no one wants him around. And I think that's kind of a good way of and I always say that, still my best friends that are guys that for the most part I played with, for years and years of hockey, and they're still my best friends because, we talked about things and we discussed things and we still do the same thing.
Bernie, did you have a morning skate your whole career, or did that come along during your playing days?
It started out as just sweats and going out there with your gloves on, and really was kind of to take a few shots at the goalies and just get a little loosening up, and then it kind of progressed along the way. And I have no idea why it progressed into something. I used to love it, going out in the morning, putting on a sweatsuit and going out there and taking a few shots and coming in, having a shower, and then going home and having a pregame meal. But I don't know what coach decided to get into that, and then it went from being really like an optional kind of deal, and then it went to be mandatory, and then it went from being 10 minutes to being 20 minutes. And I remember one time in Montreal with Jacques Demers, it was an hour because he wanted to impress everybody in the press in Montreal at the Forum. So it got kind of crazy, and I think it's more for the most part now. I think it's kind of become more of an optional thing now. I think because of all the travel, and I think even with the PA now, with the collective bargaining agreement, the guys are not allowed to. They have to have certain days off and this and that. So I think that for the most part, the coaches have really kind of made it more of an option to go out there for the morning skate, because I really don't think it's necessary. I mean, I think you have to be ready to play the game when the puck is dropped, whether it's at 7 or 8 or whatever it is. But I don't think that you should really worry about that morning skate unless it's something that you really feel that you want to do, or it's something that you feel becomes a habit that you need to have it. But for the most part, it's really not necessary, in my opinion, to have a morning skate.
Well, and I think in the old days, they probably did have some guys who were out partying a little bit. Chaser's got a lot of stories in Peoria, or Bobby Plager would have the bag skate the day after if they were out, partying a bit. But I think these guys now, they're so healthy, and I don't really think it's necessary in that regard.
Of course, we had. We were on the road a lot, and it wasn't a charter from place to place. We stayed after the game sometimes, and really there were nights where you really didn't do it the night before, and that was kind of in our day. It was kind of like the rule was, if you want to go out and have a good time, do it 2 nights before a game. Don't do it the night before a game. So for the most part, the morning skate, but there were times where, you didn't feel that well because of what happened the night before. It was good to get a morning sweat in at the skate and then go home or go back to the hotel, get your nap in, and then play the game that night. But that times have changed. Like now it's not like that. The guys are right, much more healthy, eating the right things. They don't go out and have the late nights like we did in those days.
You never partied at all, did you, on the road? Didn't you usually go to a library or something?
That's exactly what I did. Stayed in my room or went to the library. That was it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bernie Federko with us here on TMA, Callier and Thompson phone lines every Thursday. The Hall of Famer kind enough to join us. Bernie, we always appreciate it. Thank you so much for the time.
Enjoy the cold weather outside there. Shovel and snow. Let's hope we don't get any more. You guys have a great day.
Amen. Appreciate it,
thanks,
man.
Bernie.
Thanks. That's Bernie Federko with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL.
Oh, I was trying to be very official. I was raising my hand for Josh Schertz has texted in. I had
I was giving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you had a live read.
No, I'm sorry. Never mind. I was just trying.
Now Jackson has an ass-eating grin on his face. Doug,
what's going on over there?
He's celebrating the chaos. This guy's celebrating the chaos.
I thought you were going to say, "Oh, Martin has a question." But you paused and was allowing for me to speak, but I thought you were going to throw to me.
I apologize.
Kind of like that old McLaughlin. I was like, Doug, what say you? Go! Like,
the McLaughlin group.
Josh Schertz will join us at 9 o'clock.
Friend of the show.
And he has an update. He has an update on the salad story as well.
There it is. He turned down Raisin Cane's for a salad.
Well, might have an update on that, too.
That's
hopefully his wife's
news.
not listening.
But after the win against the Bonnies. So Josh Schertz coming up at 9 o'clock. Joe Theismann at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. And Doug coming up on the other side of the break. ESPN ranks. You love the rankings. You love bracketology. You love teams' temperatures. Yesterday, MLB tweeted out the next 10 winners of the World Series, including the Cardinals and White Sox World Series in 2033. Mm-hmm. By the way, the Cardinals lose that, according to the MLB Twitter account. The Major League Baseball rankings for the worst move since 2020, the Cardinals do appear.
Do they really? I imagine they would multiple times, probably.
So we'll have that for you. That just released this morning. Josh Schertz at 9 o'clock. Joe Theismann, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day, 10:45. And we have the Pick 6. Martin, you've been able to dodge it the last couple of weeks. You got to return the Pick 6 for the college football playoff.
I'm going to dial it up.
Wild card weekend coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. We talk so often on TMA over the years. Our listeners have gotten to know our advertisers, and one of the reasons is because our advertisers make themselves accessible to the audience. You kind of feel like you got a guy or you got a lady at a business, and you know you can count on them to contact them and reach out and take care of you when you are in need of their services. Well, that's what Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is doing. He's giving out his cell phone to make sure he is accessible to you. 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you are going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge and he will provide you with the best customer experience. You don't get any more accessibility than somebody's personal cell phone number. That's what you get with Stewie. 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt. Doug, he's running to and fro from production studio to the 101 ESPN studio. You can watch him run in and out at youtube.com/TMA. STL, more St. Louis celebrity sighting news coming in. Jasper Lamar Crabb in the YouTube chat says, guys, I just saw Seth Rogen at the CVS at the corner of Watson and Laclede Station. I think he moved to Afton. So something's going on here.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are getting out of L.A., I guess, and this is where they're moving.
And that's because of the fires.
Mm-hmm. They've already got a place here in Afton.
The Kings game canceled. The Rams-Vikings game taking place on Monday night will move to Glendale, Arizona if the stadium is threatened by fires, as Los Angeles is experiencing chaos right now with those wildfires.
Yeah, it seems like maybe you ought to go ahead and do that now.
Fires are probably right north of Inglewood as of right now.
Well, even if it isn't, your fan base is greatly affected. Yeah. The police and the fire, first responders, they're a little bit busy right now. I don't think you need a stadium full of 75,000 people watching a football game.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they don't move that game.
Yeah. Well, what are you waiting
What's
for?
in the drive from L.A., if you're safe and you're a Rams fan, what's it, a few hours to get to Phoenix? What is that?
Doug, how long
Doug,
is the
you
drive?
got to get to Yuma City
That's
first.
crowdsourcing.
It's a reasonable drive, at least.
This has happened before. I didn't realize that. In 2003, the league moved a Monday night regular season game between the Dolphins and the San Diego Chargers to Sun Devil Stadium in Tempe, Arizona, due to wildfires.
It's a 6-hour drive from Inglewood to Glendale.
Thank you.
Probably pretty drive.
Well,
Let's talk about it.
I don't know.
Doug, what are some
what
of your
that
most
drive is like?
famous
Probably
6-hour
desert.
drives in the United States or Europe, if you have those?
I would think it'd be largely desert, unless you go right along the highway or right along the ocean.
Go through Palm Springs to get there?
Go through Joshua.
Probably.
Go through Joshua Tree.
Okay.
U2 1987? Is that right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
got that?
remember that. I was on that. I got
shipped that one.
went to the Rosemont Arena there in Chicago. Got to see that tour. I was at Marquette.
Oh, was it?
Great show. I do remember at the end, Bono, it gets kind of quiet and he starts telling a story about an uprising. He's kind of preaching a little bit. And some people weren't adhering to the quiet. And he said, would you mind shutting the, and he says the F word, up.
Oh, no.
And I just, even then I was like 19, I kind of had this chill like, ooh, I just don't think you can do that to the crowd.
Wow.
Because he really wanted them to listen to what he had to say.
Yeah.
And I get, and I like U2 a lot, but I think he has realized since then that he gets a little preachy, but it was a really uncomfortable moment. If you wouldn't mind just shutting I was like, ooh. Okay, thanks. Play New Year's Day. Thanks. Yeah, that was 1987.
1987, Doug. That
I don't know the years,
too. Hey, the ESPN David Schoenfeld has written a column this morning on, I guess he's just doing the team's worst moves since 2020. I thought he was going to rank the worst moves by baseball teams since 2020, and the Cardinals could be ranked in a wide variety of spots, but I guess he just does the rankings of the worst moves that teams have made by the franchise. The Cardinals are surprisingly ranked 22nd with their worst move. Would anybody like to take a guess as to the worst move the Cardinals have made since 2020?
2020. The Rosarena trade?
Yes!
Okay.
Nicely done. You didn't even need initials on that one.
No, I didn't.
What about the worst move any franchise has made since 2020?
Oh. The music is annoying.
Puts the man to the test.
Okay.
Is it a signing?
It can be keeping a player, it can be trading a player, it can be a signing.
But we have one winner, right? The worst.
There is a number one.
Okay, and I was asking, was it a signing? I'm sorry, I was asking for a hint.
Can we have initials, please?
Of what?
Of the player involved?
S.O.
Sam Olsen?
No.
He got
Letting
traded?
Shohei Ohtani leave?
Essentially, but I'm going to give you credit for it. It's actually the Angels keeping Ohtani at the deadline in 2023, but then we're just going to get too nuanced. Okay. I got to tell you, I get it. I mean, it's so results-oriented, but I didn't mind the move at the time because the Angels were in the mix. They were actually buyers. They were bringing on some players, and if you've got 2 more months of the best player in the game and you're in the mix, and you're in the mix, and if they were in the mix, that's a different deal, then I get it. But they wound up just they totally fell apart right after the trade deadline. So I kind of disagree with that. The Arozarena one locally, that bothered me because and I say this, respectfully, it's not intended. These guys are liars. I'm just saying it had to do with the Instagram live thing and it pissing off Mike Schilt. And I'm not open to hearing otherwise, and therefore I'm just not on board with trading somebody because it'd be one thing if he had violated a code. I just don't think he knew what he was doing, and it's not like Randy Arozarena was somebody who was, he was a rookie and he had upside, and to do that 2 months after the streaming incident, I just thought was short-sighted.
I also didn't understand why it was such a big deal. I thought it upped Schertz' status because we saw him as kind of this goober, kind of, low-key, kind of dorky manager. And then you're like, wow, this guy's got some zip. He's got like an NFL coach vibe in that room. I thought it was like the coolest thing for his reputation. I never understood, other than it offending his mother with the swear words. He said he had to apologize to his mom, but I never thought it was that big a deal. It's a locker room. Let me guess. They say some really crude things or kind of wild and use profane language. Who cares?
I wonder if Schertz demanded that Arozarena be traded, if that might have had something to do with Schertz being ultimately fired.
I don't think
if the two could have been related somehow. You made us look bad by trading this guy who became a star, and now look, we've all got egg on our face.
I've had people tell me that created tension between some in the front office, and not necessarily tension between some in the front office, but they were irritated that they made that move. The move blew up, and then people were blaming the front office for the move when the move was more Schertz-oriented. I would agree with Martin, however, that I don't think that necessarily was like the reason, but I think it may have helped grow a chasm between the parties. Yeah.
But I also think it gives you a window. So the personality that you knew of Mike Schertz was all soundbite driven or just visually in the dugout, very low key. That tells you that there's a little different side to him. And I do think part of his dismissal had to do with some personality stuff within the room with employees and things. I don't know all the specifics, but I think it wasn't X's and O's. They will tell you that. I just think there's a lot more to that. And the one thing I will say, Mozeliak deserves plenty of criticism for sure. But when it came to letting Mike Schertz go, he said on the record, if he wants to tell you guys why we let him go, we're okay with that. He said that. We are okay with that.
I asked this question, it was essentially to the audience. Jackson was the poor person in the studio with me on my podcast 2 days ago, and I went full Rogan. 3 hours.
He just wouldn't stop talking.
Just wouldn't stop. But I said to Jackson, and I'm curious what your opinion is on this, Martin, because I think you're closest to the situation of those of us here in the 101 ESPN studios. Just as you said, Mozeliak deserves a lot of criticism for what's going on. It's just the nature of being in that position. I always say, however, with an organization, if you do have an active owner, there is somebody above the general manager, whether you like the general manager or not. I think it has cost him with the fan base doing something that I actually respect, and that is he keeps so many things in the room that if he were to talk and tell the stories and the reasoning for moves, it would actually benefit him. But he is so careful about things getting out that if somebody else in the organization talks or leaks, it frames the public perception of somebody who, I know this will be an unpopular thing to say, which might sound odd, but I think he's a good guy. I think his humor is, kind of spot on for this show. It's super smart ass, but because the team has been failing, he is persona non grata with so many people in the St. Louis area right now. But I think a lot of people would have a different opinion of some of the moves that have been made if he were to go into more detail as to what's transpired. What do you think on that?
Well, and I think with certain personnel decisions, it's so boring when teams or businesses say, we can't comment. It's a personnel decision. I think that applies in this case. I don't think they can. I don't think Bill DeWitt III or Bill DeWitt Jr. or Mozeliak, even if we get them nice and comfortable at the picnic table, I don't think they would do any kind of deep dive on Mike Schertz and what went down.
On that, but I'm talking about other moves in general.
No, I'm saying about a personnel move like that. If it was just, well, we thought we could find a better manager, that's one thing. But if it's other matters, there's certain things you can't say or comment on, I think for legal reasons, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but I just, from my understanding, I will say when Mike Schertz came back, and I love Mike Schertz, he was great, and I was texting with him the year he was out of baseball. When he was back this fall, I did say in that scrum, we were all together, and I said, do you have any regrets about how you handled things while you were here? And he said no. And he said, I sleep at night, I gave it my all of that. So, but based on some of the stuff I had heard, I wanted to put that in front of him and ask him that question. But Yeah, if Mo would do a deep dive on some of the mistakes, hey, listen, I mean, he has actually said, we were wrong, when it came to Garcia and Rosarena. They've had egg on their face. They've owned that, but I would love a deep dive if they could.
From the 314, blows my mind that everyone in the media knows why Schilt was fired, but no one will actually report it. Hashtag NDAs were signed. Doug, is that a popular hashtag?
No.
NDAs were signed?
Just the media is soft in this town.
Thank you.
Media in this town soft!
Right there.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I have not signed an NDA. I know you guys did. I have not.
Well, we got paid quite a bit of money to brush this under the rug.
Correct.
So yeah, we're not chirping.
I don't think. I mean, I've learned since we started doing this show on October 28th, Martin, more about the Schilt situation, which you've talked about on air, and then obviously we've talked a little more off air. But I was not aware of what you just said. That soundbite from Mazalak.
He said that. Yes.
That if Mike Schilt wants to talk about why this happened, he's welcome to do so. I was on that Zoom call. It was a stunning Zoom call. Came out of nowhere. Was that October of 21? I think because they just come out of that one game playoff. Yeah.
And there was a very hurried text to everybody, hey, there's a call. And we're like, what? Wait, what?
Right.
Yeah, it's a passing tweet out of nowhere.
And it was so surprising and bizarre, I think, even as a soft media town. I think it wasn't even a great press conference because we were like, wait, what happened? And so by the time they hired Ali Marmol, I remember being on that call thinking, we got to sort some. And Mozeliak began that call by saying, let me first explain again, before we move on. He kind of tried to address it because people were still up in arms and furious and confused. And then I said, when you got on the plane from Los Angeles after losing the wild card game to the Dodgers, did you anticipate making a managerial move? Like, were they upset at how things got botched in that game? Or was that
Alex
kind of
Reyes, Doug.
Which was absurd. Different topic, but absurd. Remember, he wasn't the closer. Then a week later, he came in Milwaukee and blew the game. Like, we all knew it. He came in the Dodger game, and Frank and I were in the press box. And we said to the L.A. people, this game's over.
Yeah, wrap it up.
They're like, what? And they're like, get ready for your live shot.
You say the same thing when Michael Wacha appeared in 2014 in San Francisco.
So bizarre. Smart baseball people.
Just
make
doing it
a
by
move.
the book. This is what the book says to do, so I guess we have to do it.
A friend of mine worked for the team. He said, well, what would you? I said, I would have had Matt Carpenter pitch. I would have had anybody. I would have had the beer vendor pitch before Reyes because you knew he was fried. Yeah. But Mozeliak answered that question about leaving L.A. I said, did you anticipate? He said, well, if you really need to get down to specific timelines. And I was like, well, I kind of do, yeah. And he said, no. We had no intention of making any move. It wasn't until after that. So I think...
So that's telling. That's a telling answer.
Well, I think it's been widely reported that, or speculated maybe. I think largely, like Ben Fred, Poster-Spat said, like, Schilt got sideways with the front office because he demanded them to be more competitive or aggressive or whatever.
Something about Paul DeYoung, too. Wasn't he mentioned in there?
That's mentioned in there. But the annals.
The team, again, in that, I guarantee you could find that Zoom somewhere. Mozeliak said, if he wants to tell you why we let him go, we're okay with that. I mean, that puts it right on the table. We're not going to say it, but he's welcome to.
Yeah. So I just...
And you're right. I think that one, it's not on par... it's not a good analogy, but I'll say it anyway. But like when Whitey Herzog traded Keith Hernandez, he didn't want to tell, and it's not, I'm not comparing because Keith Hernandez had drug issues. It's well known now. Nothing like that with Mike Schilt. I'm just saying in terms of withholding the story and then just taking a pounding.
Right.
That's what Whitey did with the Hernandez trade and what I think the Cardinals, in their mind, I don't know all the facts. I don't work there. They're not telling their side of the story, and therefore they're getting just killed on the topic.
And so I guess what my big picture point is, and it's turning into, but I started it this way, specific to John Mozeliak. But if I'm going to be, in business with somebody or on a team with somebody, for lack of a better term, I want the guy who is willing to take hell publicly, but I know I can count on when crap goes down, not a guy who's running to the media as like a leak guy, because once you smoke one of those guys out, then you just, as I always say, you just give them bad stories to leak, and then you find your rat. And I think, to Mizalak's credit, words that aren't often uttered in St. Louis at this point, I think that he has been burned by the fact that he adheres to that principle. He lives by the omerta of not allowing anything outside to get leaked.
And that's probably why he's been given the ability to write his own script on his retirement here. Because the owners trust him.
Yeah, there's that. There's also, if Bloom's going to come in, you don't want him to have to go through what he went through in Boston. For example, I think it's ranked as the 4th worst move by that ESPN ranking that we were just talking about. And that's the Mookie Betts trade. Exactly right. So if you know you're going to be disassembling a team and making moves that are going to be incredibly unpopular, perhaps it's better to have the guy who's already unpopular making those moves as opposed to the guy who you're going to try to build equity for, and let him come in and begin the building process in 2025/2026, not 2024/2025. I don't know if that's the reason, for the record, but that would make sense. Your thoughts are welcome on the topic. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this show, and you can reach them by a very easy-to-remember phone number, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. They are the title sponsor of this show. Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, regular guests on the program. We've gotten to know them, really like the people at Brown and Crouppen. They've been in business since 1979, and they are local. And if you get in a spot where you're going to need the services of Brown and Crouppen's law firm, don't you want to make sure you're working with a local law firm? Brown and Crouppen is part of the St. Louis community. They value the St. Louis community. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz going to join us coming up here in about 3 minutes as the Billikens have a big win over St. Bonaventure last night. You might go, St. Bonaventure? I don't know. But St. Bonaventure was almost in the top 25 this week, and now they are undefeated in the top of the A10 standings. He's a friend of the program. Josh Schertz next. Joe Theismann at 10 o'clock. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Ducks. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We have fallen behind on breaks, and so we're going to do a quick segment, then have Josh Schertz join us coming up on the other side of the commercial break. Doug, that's on me. That is on me.
No, it's on your dad. It's not on you.
Oh, wow.
He installed you.
I thought
he installed me like it's Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un.
So Tim is Gerard Mayo, but it's really Bob Kraft's fault.
That's correct.
Pretty much.
Correct. So Josh Schertz will join us on the other side of the break. Joe Theismann at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, 1045. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. I've gotten to know Dan and his team at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley and was so impressed by their work, asked them to come to my home to see what we could do with their custom work. They build custom decks, and that's the thing that I want to drive home. It's custom work, and you can see it at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They do have answers for it all. Best thing about these guys, they don't take a high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way. TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Get involved on the program anytime you would like in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Our studio camera is brought to you by the Air Alliance team, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, fresh off a big win last night, ladies and gentlemen, our co-host, and also he moonlights as the head coach of the Billikens, Josh Schertz. Morning, Coach.
Morning. I was actually the last 6 minutes. I was hoping that Doug was going to show up and start coaching finally.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Lead got a little tight there. I was worried. I was wondering where Doug was.
Yeah.
Where were you, Doug?
There, get to work.
I'll give you my number. You can text or call anytime, and I'll give you some advice there down the stretch.
The Wizard of
I could have used it for sure.
The Wizard of Crestwood is what Doug called himself.
That's a hell of a win last night. That's a hell of a win, isn't it?
No, it is. It's a really good win. Obviously St. Bonaventure coming in 14-1 and 15 in net and top net team in our league. And so thought our guys, really competed. It was, that's just a really good team. Great win. I thought there was a lot to take out of it. I think we got up 16 with about 6 minutes to go. And from there, I thought, we kind of played not to lose, but there's so much good we did to get up 16, and then I think there's so much wisdom to be gleaned from those last 6 minutes where, it's sometimes hard to play in that scenario. And St. Bonaventure, that kind of team, that kind of program, they're an Atlantic 10, championship caliber team. So, they were going to keep coming. They did. They cut it to 3, but we were able to sustain, make plays down the stretch, and find a way across the finish line. But it gives us a lot of confidence in terms of what we're doing. Also, I think once we watch the film with the guys, it gives us a lot of wisdom as to where we can continue to grow.
It seems like it happens in basketball, even at the NBA level, especially college basketball. Whenever your team is up by 10, 12, 14 points, you just know here comes the other team. And in the NFL, somebody's up 20, you're like, all right, it's over. What does play out? You're watching it happen, and are your guys, you're not telling them, take the air out of the ball. What actually, how does it play out?
Much harder to play in those. I think it tends to, the team that's up tends to play tighter, and the team that's down tends to play looser. And, the basket seems to get a little bigger. You're down 16. You're just playing aggressive and trying to get shots. You're flying around defensively. And on the other end, I thought, and I told the guys this after the game, there's a balance of, you can't be reckless, but you can't play not to lose. And I thought defensively, we kind of played not to foul. We tried to, we were a little soft. I thought we gave up some offensive rebounds. We weren't as physical as them. We got the ball taken from our hands a few times where the physicality is going to ramp up in those last few minutes. And so I think it's always easier to play from behind than it is to play with a lead because, again, it's just, you're trying to find the balance. But I thought, we had some opportunities to attack their press 2-on-1 and see if we could convert some layups. And you got to explore those. And I thought, it's a learning opportunity for our guys. We've been pretty good at, in the crunch time of games of closing some of those games out. And last night, though, was a different deal. And again, credit to St. Bonaventure is why they're, not just, who they are this year, but who they've been over, Mark Schmidt's, 18 years there. They're a team that, really together, really competes, plays you the entire 40 minutes, unbelievably well coached, good players, execute. We didn't take, we gotta learn from that because it was both ends of the floor. It wasn't just offensively, it was defensively. I thought we played, on our heels much more than we had the first 34 minutes of the game.
Does a win like that over a quality opponent kind of establish the Billikens as maybe the team to beat in the A-10?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's so early. We've got the hardest schedule, in the A-10. We knew that going in. We have, the top three kind of going into conference play. I think people would talk about, Dayton, St. Bonaventure, VCU. We still got, 2 each with VCU and Dayton. We got the one going back to St. Joe's. So it's a long way to go. But certainly I think we've shown ourselves as one of the teams that has the capabilities of being up there and competing for a league championship. But, as we talk about the guys, it's about who you are every single day. And, we've certainly made progress from where we were, a week or two. I think, when we came on the show, or I came on the show last time, we were 6-3. And I think, you guys asked me, Tim, about our team. And I said, we don't have an identity yet. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I didn't think we did. And I think every good team, they know who they are. And it's about being who you are, your best version, as much as you can for the 40 minutes. No team in any sport is perpetually at their top self for the entire game, 30-plus games a year, which we play. It's not possible humanly. But when you do know who you are and you have a true identity of how you play on offense and defense, it becomes much easier to reconnect to that identity when you get away from it, right? And I think, that's the biggest difference from where we were when I came on. We were 6-3 to right now, is that I think we're starting to forge an identity on both ends of the floor, and that does give us a chance with the players we have to have a team that can compete for championships.
And you don't have a lot of depth, but boy, when you get Kellen Thames in there, he does seem to bring that spark, some energy, does a lot of different things. And I just felt like his impact last night, even at a moment there in the first half where you guys were kind of looking to get going, had been a little sluggish in that first half. I felt like Thames kind of helped ignite you. No question. He's a guy that we don't have anybody on our team like him. He's his energy, his athleticism, how hard he plays. He's an unbelievable winner. He's not just a really good player, but he's all about the team. He's all about winning. He just does so much when he's out there. There's guys who come in the game and kind of have a neutral impact. They stabilize it. Kellen's a disruptor. Most time that's really good for us. Sometimes it can be bad, but he comes in the game and he changes the energy of the game when he walks into it. And so, his role, with everything he's dealing with, is more limited. His minutes are going to be limited, at least for the foreseeable future. But, we can get 10 minutes from him or last night, 13 minutes from him. Like, that's just such a bonus for our team because, our first 4 games, he was healthy. He was averaging 30 minutes a game, and he was averaging 15 and 7. I mean, I thought he had a chance this year as a sophomore to be an all A-10 player. And so with what he's dealing with, his attitude, his positivity, his smile, the way he comes in, he's just infectious and contagious. And whatever minutes we get from him, whether that's 10 minutes a game, 15 minutes a game, 12, 13, it's such a bonus, and it does energize our team.
Anti-short person and former Billiken Troy Robertson had tweeted out last night, thank you to you for offering his post-game meal to my son Hunter. Nothing says humility and connectedness like giving up chicken fingers and fries. When Martin was texting with you, he let you know we were going to ask the tough questions, particularly about these chicken fingers, and then you were going to address what was going to be a post-game salad that your wife had prepared for you. You are under oath. Doug swore you in during the commercial break. What can you say about this situation?
Yeah, well, first, if I had forgotten in all the hoopla of winning about Troy's discrimination against short people, so I really should have, I should have not given him that. That's on me, I'll take the blame on that. That won't happen again. It was just the hoopla. I got swept up in the emotion. And then my wife, she's been on me, man. She says it's my doctor, but I think it's her. She's just, got to lose weight, and so that Canes was out there, but she doesn't know. But I'll share because I know the general public won't divulge. But I was able to sneak a couple tenders in before she caught me on the way out, so I didn't go tenderless. But she thinks I just ate the salad, so it's all good. I came back, I was able to sneak in 2 tenders in between media and before I saw her. So I wolfed down 2 and kept going.
How does she present the salad conversation? Because, my wife every once in a while puts some healthy food out on the table, and I'm like, where are the cheese and crackers? She's like, why? There's some stuff sitting out. And I'm like, I know, but where's the other stuff?
The real stuff. But it's this. I didn't know if this was like I thought this was an appetizer. I didn't know if that was like she was making a meal, but it was late at night. She's like, yeah, you're not eating chicken tenders and fries at 11 o'clock at night. She's like, you have salad, and that was it. And then like, see you later. So there was no real negotiation or conversation. It was more like it's past 11 o'clock at night. You're losing weight and eat this salad. So between her and our strength coach, Jake Manzelman, they got me on a pretty tight regimen here. So it's not been not a whole lot of wiggle room for me. My wife's I'm very unobservant, and I don't know if all women are, but my wife is highly observant, at least when it comes to me. So I'm glad I was able to sneak the tenders in, but that's about all I've been able to get.
Now, when I coached at a high level in grade school ball, we didn't worry a lot about nutrition, but we did have to worry about the parents yelling at us if we didn't play their kid enough. Do you ever have to deal with parents at the Division I level?
Yeah, I mean, you do. I mean, parents are always, there's always not always, I should say always, but there's always a inherent conflict, when you coach and you're coaching somebody else's kids, because, parents, want their kids to play like they would. Most parents, not all parents, but the preponderance of parents, whether it's grade school, high school, or college, they'd rather the team go, 5-25 and their kid. The coach has the best interests of the team in mind, because you're trying to win, particularly at the college level. That's what you get paid to do. But I think I always am open to talking to the parents. I know some coaches, I never talk to parents. I understand. My son's a player. He's a walk-on. He doesn't play. So Natalia, when she complains to me, I certainly listen. I understand. For every parent, their kids, their most, that's their whole heart. And so if they want to talk about it, but I always tell them, and I tell the kids too, I'm very, with our players, I'm very, I'm very open about playing time, what it is, what you have to do, why you're not playing, what you can do to play more, how it works. Sometimes it just, is not always fair. Sometimes good players don't get to play as much, or the odd man out. But, I always think too, guys are going to get their opportunities. And but I talk to parents about it. And, some parents, like I said, it's some parents never call, and they're just, hey, we're all for the team. I remember, and just, a sidebar, but Robbie's first year with us at Indiana State, he wasn't playing much. I think he might not have even gotten in 5 of his first 7 games. And I remember, I was texting with his pops, and I just said, hey, I want, his pops didn't ask me, but I said, hey, I want you to know, Robbie's going to be a great player. I don't know when, but, I'm watching every day, he's coming along, he's making progress. He's going to be really good for us. And he texts me back, he goes, Coach, you don't have to tell me anything. He goes, you're the coach. You'll play him whenever, he deserves to play. He goes, and so I have no questions. Now, that's much more rare than the other way, but there are parents out there that are just, hey, that, that's your decision. You coach him, you decide, and you play him as you see fit. And then there's others that, hey, they want to know, and I'm going to tell them the truth, and I'll tell I honestly communicate with their kids on a very, honest and completely transparent level.
And is Robbie now as healthy as he's been, and how much of your early season struggles were getting him to be 100%?
Yeah, I think he's healthy. I think he's back to himself. The drive and finish last night was a big time play, and he made a big 3 late. And he's back healthy, and he looks like himself. And I think our struggles, there's so many different things, but certainly him being out for 8 weeks was a big piece of it. From his own rust, from him missing, basically 3+ games, coming back and not being himself. Other guys missing, the injuries. Of kind of we've got right now, we kind of have some clarity at least as to where guys are, whether that's, what the situation is, obviously with Josiah, with Larry Hughes, with A.J. Casey, and even with Kellen, we have some level of we are where we are. And so we kind of know what our rosters look like. And those guys, the biggest thing is they've gotten, at least the starting 5 has gotten to practice together now and gotten repetitions together. And the whole offense is predicated on, getting guys to see the game and understand and read off each other. And that takes a lot of repetitions. And those repetitions don't really come in the games. Of course, the games help. But the repetitions, preponderance of them come in practice. And, that's where you got to get those. And so having those guys healthy, having guys be able to practice at least those 5, you could see the growth. And then I think the secondary part of that is, we talk a lot about invisible plays. There's a lot of plays in basketball, and I'm sure it's the same in all sports. We call them invisible plays because they get no box score validation. Whether it's fans, media, no one's like, man, your ball pressure was amazing on the ball. Or, man, you really you canceled so many ball screens, or you were sprinting in transition and loading the ball, and you were shrinking the floor and clogging up for them in transition, or your box outs or whatever. But those are the plays that drive winning. I think the 2 areas we've been better in is, guys are seeing the game at a better level, and we have a lot more buy-in into the commitment to the invisible plays that truly drive winning, that the average, fan, media, you're not going to get any box score validation, but those are the plays that separate good teams and not good teams. And we didn't have that early in the year. we're starting to get those plays now.
Yeah, it's absolutely trending. No game this weekend, and then you guys will travel to VCU on Tuesday to take on VCU at Richmond, back at home on January 22nd. That's Wednesday to take on LaSalle. The Billikens at the top of the Atlantic 10 standings, the only undefeated team in conference, 3-0 in the A-10 after a great win against a team that was knocking on the door of the top 25 in St. Bonaventure last night. Coach Josh Schertz, kind enough to join us and also enter the trust tree with us and the audience to reveal that he did have 2 tenders last night.
Yeah, that's got to stay between us. That's good enough. As long as Italian doesn't know I'm in good shape, so just make sure that's our secret across the board, us and the listeners.
Don't tweet it out, Doug.
I won't, okay? I'm sorry. Coaches stick together.
Amen. Yeah, exactly.
I believe he said he wolfed him down. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
It was listen, I ate 2 of them. I had about a 40-second walk, so I can tell you how quick. Yeah, how hard is it to eat 2 tenders in 40 seconds and swallow them?
That's impressive. Coach, always enjoy when you're on the program. Congratulations on the win. Thanks so much.
Talk to you guys, and look forward to being back in the studio soon. We'll knock Doug out, make him go coach, and I'll be back.
Sounds good. I'm ready to coach. Yeah.
It's Josh Schertz with us here on 101 ESPN, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, I know you would hate to not be able to do the show, but it sounds like you're going to get to coach the Billikens.
Well,
do you have anything in mind for how to go up against VCU?
Yeah, I would tell him to block off the baseline. Block out! Block out! Hands up on defense. At least 3 passes before we shoot. Can somebody please shake and bake?
Jackson shaking his head. He doesn't like that instruction.
I was on board with you until you said the 3 passes before you shoot.
Oh, well,
That's Norman Dale.
I saw that on Hoosiers.
Yeah, that's...
Because you might have a good look earlier than that, right?
If you're open, shoot, baby.
Oh, if you're open.
Green light, green light, green light. Gibson Jimerson has the green light, I'll tell you that.
Thank you to Jackson and the PM Lynx. I noticed last night that the VCU game would have no fans. We showed it on the 2 Fox last night because of your link.
Water supply.
Yeah, because they didn't have any fans at the VCU Fordham game with the water outage in Richmond. It was good TV, so thanks for the
PM. Yeah, you should get a little producing credit on the 2 Fox.
Nice TV.
I do it for the viewers.
The PM, when those PM links arrive, I open them up immediately. I thought last night, this is actually good for TV.
Tip of the cap, Jackson.
Thank you. I feel good.
Ladies and gentlemen, always great to have Coach Josh Schertz on. Bernie Federko was on earlier, and Joe Theismann will be with us at 10 o'clock, friend of the show, possibly my biological father. And he, I would imagine, is in Miami for the Notre Dame Penn State game. I imagine also he will be on edge, not just because of his Fighting Irish, but also his Washington Commanders taking on Tampa Bay in the playoffs this weekend. Maybe he'll just stick around South Florida, head across the state and go over to Tampa for the game. Hell, I don't know. Either way, that's coming up at 10 o'clock along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You miss anything? Go back and podcast it. The podcast sponsor is Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company. A lot of our sponsors have gotten to know each other and support each other for that matter. There's the TMA advertiser ecosystem, not just with the listeners and the advertisers, but with other advertisers. And James Carlton certainly is one of those loyal advertisers here on TMA. I'm a client of James Carlton. He started advertising before I was a client. And I'm like, I think I got to make the switch. And I'm so glad that I did nearly 6 years ago. It has been a world of difference when it comes to customer service and also a staff in James Carlton's. It's always looking for a way to save you money. And something that can be a headache is now easy. And that is taking care of your insurance. Just added to our policy a couple of days ago with James Carlton. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. There's a good chance he's going to be able to save you money. One phone call, one interaction online. Why not make it and see if he can save you money? I've had so many listeners over the years email me and say, man, I had no idea how much he can save me. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, Doug. It's time for Pick 6 for the college football playoff and wild card weekend that's coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Well, Doug, here we go. This is it.
Okay.
Martin was able to dodge it the last couple weeks. It's pick 6. Jackson, updated standings.
Standings, please.
Standings, I got to be honest with you, a little haywire.
Oh, no.
What does that mean? Hey,
Well, there's probably like a week or two where I didn't update the standings totally. So to give
I'm like at 70% against the number.
Yeah.
It should be celebrated.
Yeah, I could probably go back and log
Buck
it.
Swope will text me the standings.
I had an undefeated week, 1 week.
You did.
Did that get discounted?
No, I think I put that. I just. I couldn't be sorrier, fellas.
Okay.
Confusion here.
I couldn't be sorry.
All right, never mind.
But we are going to be combining the college football semifinal and the NFL wildcard weekend. It's the most open-ended pick 6 because you choose the 6 games you want. You make your own.
I was gonna say there's
you make
8.
your own 6-pack. We're not picking 8 games. We're only picking 6 as the number.
How about that, Doug? You like that? You like the liberty? Jackson's pro-liberty.
Right. That's why I printed out.
Doesn't track the numbers, but he's pro-liberty.
Yeah.
That's why you're Libby Jack.
But I printed out the spread so that you guys have a visual cue.
Yeah.
And so we'll start it out. Tim, you get the honor of going first. Your first game.
I hate to do this, but Doug, we took an oath to the audience for what we call honesty in media. And I will be cheering for Notre Dame this evening. You better believe it, Jackie Papers. However, I'm going to take the Nittany Lions and the 1.5. Yeah. I got to be honest with people.
Okay.
What am I going to do? Start lying to people? Hell no. No. Take the Nittany Lions.
But I'm going to be honest with people and pick Notre Dame.
Look at that noise right there.
Growling?
I have the tongue of a hummingbird.
Oh,
Martin?
So are we going in order then?
No, sir. You can pick whichever
any
games.
game?
Jackson's not recording this anyway.
Okay.
I'm recording it for, week by week.
Well, I decided the 2 games I was going to stay away from, right? Because we're picking 6 of 8. But I am going to pick Notre Dame to cover.
I am also on the Fighting Irish.
Because of the haircut?
Yeah, the bisects his head. I
don't get that. It's just
not
a
much to
part
get.
down the middle.
I'll be taking Texas plus 6.
ignoring you. How do
He
you
sure
feel?
is. Doggone it.
Texas plus 6 is my next play. We're gonna reverse the order just to be fair.
Oh, okay. Reverse draft order. So you're going back to back.
Is it, they call this a snake?
Yeah, big snake. Martin, you're up.
I am going to bypass the Ohio State-Texas game because I just don't know. Whereas I believe, yes, the Chargers will get it done against the Texans.
LA Chargers.
I think Ohio State will beat Texas and beat them bigly.
I like that. Beat him bigly.
Bigly. I'm going to Ohio State.
I am alarmed by Jackson. He's all grown up, and he's going sharp with Texas. I thought I'd be on an island, and I could go, look at me, Daddy.
Veruca.
Veruca Salt.
Do you want an Oompa Loompa?
I want an Oompa Loompa, and I want one now. I want Texas. I'm on Texas.
Let's get Timmy an Oompa Loompa.
I'm actually thinking about betting it. I'm not touching tonight's game. I got enough emotional investment, but I'm thinking about betting Texas. I know I'll give you my reasoning just for the record. It isn't just Colin Cowherding, going against the grain for the sake of it. Ohio State's strength is their receivers. Texas's strength is their secondary. And so, whereas Oregon's weakness, as great as they were, was their secondary, this might play into Texas's hands. And I think people oftentimes get prisoner of the moment-y with college football. Yeah. And, of course, you've seen what Ohio State's done the last couple of weeks. I'm not discounting it. And then you remember Texas having some problems with Arizona State. Perhaps you can make a case that they should have lost the game based on that non-call on the targeting. And so I think there is some equity. And maybe they don't win it, but I'm getting close to a touchdown with 6 points. I'll take the Longhorns. That's my reasoning.
Yep.
I dropped my Jackson's.
Sheet?
Yeah, my sheet. Just give me one. Just give me one. Say conveys effort, even though I'm really not doing it.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, Tim's giving effort now.
I had to get off my step stool.
All right.
Martin, I'm going to take the Texans. I'm going to go against you on that Chargers play. I'm going to take the Texans and the 3 points I'm getting at home.
Yeah. Doug, your pick.
My third pick, I'm going to pick the Broncos to cover that 9-point spread at the Bills.
That's a family play.
You like that Bo Nix?
It's a family play, yeah.
Oh, yeah, John Vaughn, big Broncos
huge
guy.
Bronco fan, and Bo Nix looks great.
Yeah, I respect it.
So I'm going to go
covering. That's a big spread.
And I'm rooting for them to win, so I'm going to
I like it.
pick them.
Martin?
I'll pick the Ravens to cover a big number at
I like
home.
that.
I got to tell you, I like that play.
Yeah.
I like that play.
I like it so much that I'm going to tail it. I'm also on Baltimore.
What do you mean tail it?
I'm going to ride. I'm going to also take the same play.
Okay, I didn't like tail it.
That's fair.
Sorry.
Saved us time, though.
I did. I feel like we have a lot more time. And then I'm also going to take the Eagles -4.5. Philly.
Now
Okay.
it's Tim's turn, or
No, it's
my
your
turn?
turn.
I'm getting confused here.
This
I got
snake
you.
draft order that Jackson set up while he does not record our picks.
Along with the pick six, including 8 games. So we're all picking random games in a reverse twisted snake order. I've forgotten already what I've said. I think the Bills are going to hammer the Broncos, and I will take Buffalo. I know it's a big number, but I'm going to take Buffalo.
Doug?
I don't know what I can tail at this point, but I'm going to pick the Eagles over the Packers.
You're tailing me.
It's a fresh tail Thursday.
By more than 4.5.
Tail call in.
I got the Eagles.
Doug, I'm going to go back 3 picks to Jackson tailing Martin.
Oh, no.
I'm going to tail Martin as well on the Ravens -9.5. So now we're doing different games at different times.
No,
I got it all, but I have it all written down. I have it all written down. Now, will I track it? No, I will for this week. By Monday, or I guess Tuesday, in case someone picks the
I
Vikings.
feel like
Rams.
I was freebasing NyQuil when I'm trying to follow all of
You've been
this.
asleep this whole time. This is a dream. Tim, your 5th pick.
Jackson, I am going to take the Eagles -4.5. I don't like taking plays where there's a minus in front of my pick, but I'm going to take the Eagles -4.5 at home against the Pack.
Douglas?
I'm going to take the Commanders by more than 3 over the Buccaneers.
God, I like
Commanders
that play a lot.
on
You're
the road.
getting 3.
I
You're
know.
getting 3.
God, I like it. It reeks. It almost lean into the stink territory for me.
Which to take the Buccaneers?
Yeah. I feel like the Commanders are so much better. Like the Bucs almost messed around and didn't get in because of the thing with the Saints last week. But I feel like I'm thinking about it. Martin, your pick.
I'll take the Rammies. I like the Rammies wherever they play. Arizona, at home. I think the Vikings are a fraud.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
Yeah, Marshy Marsh. That's Jackson's guy. Jackson's
he's a
gentleman
big-
caller.
Yeah, it's my boy.
Cousin Nick would agree, listening in the Twin Cities.
I am going to lean into the stink and take the Buccaneers, even though everything about this screams Commanders.
You're going to go 6-0 this week. You're all grown up, and you're all grown up.
Like it really, for no reason that number should be what it is. But I guess it's Tampa Bay at home. But I'm not too worried about Raymond James Stadium. I'm going to take. I'm going to ride my boy Marshy and take the Vikings skull on Monday night.
Doug, do you know that the week before the Rams defeated the Buccaneers on January 23rd, 2000, nearly 25 years ago, when Ricky Prohl made that famous catch, the Buccaneers beat Washington to get to St. Louis.
Okay. Yeah, I think I probably knew that.
That applies?
Should we get on to my pick?
Well, they're playing again.
No, Martin's pick.
Oh, I can't tell who's picked.
I'm going to take the Commanders.
Commanders
at Raymond James.
Jackson thinks you're making a mistake.
I respect it because I like my thought process agrees with it. I just think it's stinky. Doug, your final pick.
I am going to take the Vikings over the Rams. I think the Rams may be a fraud. They're the only division leader that has a negative point differential. Their Vaughn index, if I can do the math real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're a minus 19.
Did you channel Abelin?
Yeah, what was it? It was
like a minus
gerbil
19.
suckling off like a little milk dispenser. I'm also with Doug on my final pick. The Vikings minus 1.5 against the Rams. That also strikes me as one that's a little suspect. I buy into the Vikings.
Yeah.
I buy into the Vikings.
Yeah, I guess
it's the Sam Darnold factor.
I think people are waiting for the shoe to drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe it did inside the red zone last week against Detroit, but I'll take the Vikings minus 1.5.
All right. There it is.
There you go, Doug. There it is. Pick 6 is in. Will we find out how we did? I don't know.
Probably not.
Week by week, I've been good on giving the numbers. It's just the season total.
To text me the standings.
Well, Martin has been here for half of them. I think I had.
Wow. Doug gets hit with an accusation of too much vacation from Savard, and now Martin gets hit.
I think I had like a Cam Jansen pick one week for him. Like, where does his picks go? I don't know. So I've just
none
been
of this
trying.
means anything?
It means a lot to me.
All right.
To no one else.
It's 9:37 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Watch the program on the Airlines team studio cameras. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And friends gather in the YouTube chat and they talk about the program and sometimes flirt with each other. And there 251 guys are in there. Chief J. Strongbelow says, I wouldn't bet it, but I'd take the points with Pittsburgh. Lamar needs to prove he isn't a playoff choke artist. That's Chief J. Strongblow. He's on the Stillers.
I think that Lamar's quest to prove the critics wrong will come later. I think a first-round
You think
game.
that'll happen in Arrowhead, happen in Buffalo?
I mean, I don't think him winning a first-round game
especially
is
against
the issue.
Steelers who are kind of flailing a little.
That is a flail. Yeah. It would. I'll say this: that would
flail or fraud.
That would shock me if they were to win. I'd kind of like to see it, actually.
Yeah, it'd be kind of
I like
cool.
that Steelers organization, like Mike Tomlin. But I would be that of all, like if this were just money line of all the NFL games, that would easily be the one that would surprise me the most. And it is the biggest number this week at 9.5. Hey, James Carlton, kind enough to give away 2 tickets, 2 great seats, by the way, to the Blues game tonight for the Blues and Ducks for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day prize. Email in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 2 great seats for the Blues and Ducks tonight, courtesy of James Carlton, longtime TMA sponsor and Tim McKernan Show sponsor. And we're grateful for it. And you win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. You get those tickets, Blues and Ducks. Joe Theismann going to join us coming up at 10 o'clock. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, St. Louis, our friends at Together Credit Union just launched a brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking. And with Empowered Checking, you're going to earn above-market interest on the money you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Think about that. The interest is being paid to you each month. A checking account that rewards you for balances. It's not based on activity. To apply, you just visit togethercu.org or stop by. And you're wondering how many locations they have. Jackson's looking at me. How many? 14. 14 local branches for Together Credit Union. Find out more. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. Such a great organization. Together Credit Union, always looking for ways to get you more money in your pocket. You can do that with Empower Checking, earning above market interest. How about that? Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for the full term and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. Find out more either online or stopping by from our friends at Together Credit Union, bringing you Empower Checking.
No, let's get another one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We were joined in the previous, or in the earlier 9 o'clock hour by Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, coming off a really big win last night. And Bernie Federko on the Blues in the 8 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store, coming up. And our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, Joe Theismann going to be with us as Notre Dame, his Fighting Irish, take on Penn State. I took Penn State. I don't like it. I'm on a matchup that I think people probably are not expecting in any capacity, but I'll take Penn State and Texas. I don't know.
Penn State.
I want to see Notre Dame and Ohio State.
Penn State's minus that Bo Prabula. Will that affect the outcome?
Prabula.
They won't have that option down in the red zone. Do we have time for a show recap?
Doug, a show recap.
Well, I got a minute, yeah.
Okay, that's about all we'll need. Tim is low-key bougie.
I am.
His family spends Thanksgiving bowling. Ernest Borgnine was spotted at a DePere Raising Cane's.
That's correct.
Barbara Billingsley runs a hot dog stand in Bellefontaine Neighbors.
That's correct.
Chairman Steve's willing to share his golf stories, shot by shot. Bernie Federko didn't go to the bar at night. He would go to the library. Cardinals might just lose Jojo Romero. Marcus Freeman's hair is bisexual.
It was get bisected.
Bisected. Nolan Arenado is still a Cardinal. Red Sox may or may not be interested. Coach Schertz did, in fact, wolf down a few chicken fingers. He was looking for Doug at the 6-minute mark of the game last night at Chaffetz. Tim recalled his top movie scenes.
Yeah. Mount Rushmore.
Nyquil may or may not be able to be free-based.
Yep.
We ranked the top Catholic parishes.
Top net worth.
Net worth, yeah. Most lucrative parishes out there in the St. Louis area. And, that's about it. So,
do what you got to do, pimpin's pimpin'.
There it is, the plow.
That was a full show so far.
Got to feel good about it. You can email in your own show recap the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day will come your way at 10:45. And James Carlton, kind enough to give away 2 great seats for tonight's Blues-Ducks game to the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Maybe you've never participated, but maybe you're intimidated by Buck Swoop. Maybe you're intimidated by the JV golf coach. Maybe you're intimidated by Doty's takeaway, or even Doty's downswing for that matter. Both email in. This is your time. Blues Ducks tickets. Jackson considers the Ducks fan base the most disengaged fan base in all of North American sport.
One of, yeah.
Okay. I got
one
the
of.
It's tough to say definitively, I would say.
Doug, this is certainly a Chiefs market now, and therefore Chiefs fans are passionate in St. Louis about their team. And Travis Kelce was talking it over with his brother Jason regarding the allegations that the Chiefs laid down for the Broncos because they wanted to make sure that Joe Burrow and the Bengals didn't get in because they were scared. Here is what St. Louis tight end Travis Kelce had to say.
Okay.
There's some people alleging that it was a purposeful letting get your ass
I ain't scared of nobody.
I'm not alleging this.
I wanted them in the
I'm
playoffs.
not alleging this.
I want to slay every dragon one by one, like Mortal Kombat. I don't even want this to be like we play the lowest seed. Just give me the best teams.
I'm not, Travis. I'm just telling you what
AFC,
people are
NFC.
saying.
Give me all of them.
This.
Mortal Kombat style. I'll go through every one of them. Just giving them my best effort. I ain't scared of a single soul, man.
You didn't want to see the Bengals in Burrowhead or in Cincinnati.
I'll play them at the Walmart parking lot. I don't give a shit. We can have our own game in the offseason.
Doug does not like that profanity. How will you explain it to your kids?
I can't. They're in their 30s now, and I still can't explain it to them.
It seemed like he was trying hard to swear. Instead of it just being natural.
A natural good F-bomb.
I felt like that was like, I'm a true bro. Listen to me swear over and over again.
Jackson, you cast stones against the bro culture. Do you feel like that was bro?
I don't know. They're profane. I mean, they've really let it loose on that podcast.
I'm not offended by it. I just felt like it was forced there. I could be wrong.
I think he was being demonstrative. I don't think there's any.
Oh, demonstrative.
Wow, Doug, that's a Horton Watkins word.
Watch your phraseology.
Couldn't be sorry. He's certainly being passionate, and if that conjures up a couple swear words, I'm not clutching my pearls, baby.
Clip that off.
I think maybe he did that as a way to say, no, we did not roll over, when in fact they appeared to roll over.
But I don't think it was because they're scared of Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Doug. They rolled over, but I don't think they rolled over because of the Bengals. They just wanted to be healthy, and the game didn't mean a damn thing. Bad beat for the Bengals. Great situation for the Broncos. Personally, I'd enjoy seeing the Bengals in there.
Yeah, agreed.
You know what I mean?
Because it'd be Bills-Bengals first round.
Ooh, cats and dogs.
That'd be awesome.
I wonder if that would have been the Monday night game. You think they would have moved it? Because you're getting L.A. on Monday, but I don't know how engaged L.A. is when the rant. You know what I mean?
That's the joke about them moving to Arizona, is that it doesn't really affect their fan base either way.
Might improve the atmosphere, actually.
Yeah, I don't think anybody other than Cincinnati was making noise about, nobody wants to play. Nobody cares. You had a crappy year. Nobody cares. I agree with that. Not offended, not clutching pearls, just felt a little extra bro-ish.
I'm kind of surprised at a team like the Chiefs that has been so good. When they play the backups, they're not even competitive. Is there that big a difference between the first and second stringers on these other teams? 38-0. You're not even competitive.
It might be a situation where guys just, when you don't play so consistently, you're not used to it. You know what the situation is. Like, you want to stay healthy to be available for the playoffs as well, because even though you're a backup, you could be vital to a Super Bowl run. So I think you kind of just know the situation going into it. Unless you're Chase Daniel, then you go out there and you ball out. We love to see it.
I would think if you don't play kind of hard, you're going to get hurt.
That's a factor. I don't think it's necessarily a playing hard thing. It's just maybe unfamiliarity.
They practice every day. I'm just surprised that you can't even keep it halfway close or halfway.
Hold them accountable.
Sharon and Clayton not happy with this program. Ooh. Love the profanity and the confidence. Exactly what I want on my team. You guys turn into prudes in the new year? Good Lord. Chiefs three-peat coming in hot. Sharon and Clayton.
Here we go. Chiefs talk. No issues with profanity.
I'm actually pro-profanity.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. It just felt a little extra bro-ish in that clip that I was played.
Martin, I don't know if you experienced this with your kids, but because I use profanity so casually, what I have found, this wasn't intentional, is with, the 2-year-old isn't necessarily speaking all that much, but with the 7-year-old, who certainly does like to stir the pot, what I've discovered is he doesn't really think using profanity is a big deal, and therefore he doesn't use profanity because he hears it so often from his father, whether it be at the house or if he happens to be listening to one of my 3-hour word vomit sessions with Jackson when I go full Rogan.
So because you swear openly, you think they're just kind of numb to it, or
exactly.
They don't.
So it's like if you don't want your kids to cuss.
Yeah, my kids don't swear, and I tend to get irate at times.
How does Kim like that?
She says, "Really? In front of the kids?"
And I don't swear, and my kids do cuss.
See,
but
it's your fault.
On to something.
Yeah.
Good parenting right here.
And I think I'm a raging pervert because back when we'd be watching a movie at home and there was a nude scene, my mom would get uncomfortable and she'd stand in front of the television to block it. And I think had she not done that, I might not be a pervert. Think about that.
So it's her fault. It's all on her.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to say it, but that's what my therapist said.
You're a victim.
That's what I wanted. Thank you.
And you're owed compensation.
Thank you. I will be suing my parents.
Well, you ought to get the entire inheritance at some point.
Thank you. Don't forget my 3 siblings.
Yes.
It's all going to mine.
Should be.
Because my mom stood up in front of the nude scene during Caddyshack.
You don't suppose she took wet pink?
You know what? She's as good a suspect as anybody. It was at their house.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin's got the bowling alley. He's fine. Give Timmy the rest.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Joe Theismann going to be with us coming up at 10. I bet he is more nervous for tonight's game than when he was playing. That's the sense I got when we had him on after the Georgia game last week. He was on such a high. I bet he wants this thing so bad. I can't wait to talk to him. I'm like happy for him too. Fired up for tonight. College football playoff semifinal. I'm going to set the over-under for the ball in the air. It's 647.5. Jackson, where are you going? They say it's a 6:30 kick.
I'll go over.
I hope it's under.
But it'd be like 6:49.
Because these college games are 4 hours.
My God. Whew. They just keep going.
And I'm well into my sleeping pills by the time 10:47 rolls around.
Right, and if it's close, you got to stay up.
Absolutely. What do you think, Martin? You know your TV network habits. This is an ESPN affair.
47 is the number there.
47.5.
It's right around there. I'm going to go under.
Nice. I like hearing it, Doug. You know your TV network habits.
I'll give him 5 minutes to set the stage, and then a national anthem for another 5 minutes or so to get that cleared up. And I'll go just a shade under.
All right.
They get cute with the coin toss. A lot of jibber jabber at the coin toss. This side, this is telling us what's on heads and tail side. Don't care. Flip it, baby.
Don't care.
Gosh.
Flip it, baby.
Come on.
The zebras need their FaceTime.
Yeah, I get it.
Is there an NBA tilt tonight that will compete for your interest?
No.
It'll be the Blues and Ducks for Jackson.
CFP supersedes everything.
God bless. All right. Okay. You locked in for tomorrow, too? You're not going to go to Wheelhouse and get bottle service?
I locked in for tomorrow. No bottle service.
All right, there it is. Jackson's fully committed to the college football playoff over the
What
next
about the
2
St. C. St. Gabriel showdown?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in streaming that.
So you're not going to be there? I can fill in.
I have an event.
I can fill in.
Oh, associate head coach.
Wow.
You might have to get a CYC card.
Yeah, I don't. How do you go about getting one of those?
Well, paperwork and stuff.
Onboarding.
Being Catholic.
You have to be like soft cowing it when Josh Schertz goes in depth on the basketball talk.
Love it.
I was thinking that while he was talking about.
Love it.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get into the second half matchup zone they ran, but another day.
He didn't talk about Robbie Avila being gravity.
Oh, yeah.
We heard that a couple weeks ago.
I did like that. I like that phrase.
I did too.
Joe Theismann coming up here on the program. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton, tell you at 10 o'clock hour, which will include giving away 2 Blues tickets. Great seats tonight for the Blues and Ducks, courtesy of James Carlton. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
In the market for a new car, but you're not sure exactly what you can get approved for. You've had some bad circumstances. It's okay. The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and get your credit back on track while also getting you that car. Little to no money down. They don't want to just sell you a car. The Auto Loan Pro wants to do it the right way by explaining the process. And when you go to their website, autoloanpro.com, you can download the free playbook, chance to educate yourself on how to get the car you want, and in the future, really get the car of your choice. The Auto Loan Pro, that's the one thing you need to know. Choose the Pro. Making a large purchase with finance can get complicated, especially if you had a hiccup with your financial situation. The Auto Loan Pro will help you get back on track. They work with over 50 lenders to get you the best financing they can. They're going to work hard to make that possible for you. Get online, see our buddy Robert Thomas on the website. Scroll down, find the playbook, and download it. It's the AutoLoanPro.com teaching you about the credit industry, but also helping you get into a new car. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cavs beat the Thunder in the battle of the two best teams in the NBA. Jared Allen with 25 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Doug, my clock management was warm garbage yet again. We're still playing catch up. So we're going to do a quick segment. That's also my mother's fault.
Okay. Yeah.
And tying into my mother being a prominent topic on today's program for me being a pervert, potentially her love interest from South Bend, Indiana in the late 1960s, Joe Theismann, is going to join us on the other side of the break. He may or may not be my biological father, but we do know that he is going to be locked in for tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State. He will join us momentarily. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's the morning after 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Doug, becoming a regular guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the show, possibly my biological father. Ladies and gentlemen, Notre Dame legend Joe Theismann with us on the program. Have you ever heard a gallery this charged up?
Not like this charged up, no.
Morning, Joe.
Morning, everybody. It's good to catch up with you again.
Sounds like he doesn't want to be on.
It sounds like we might have overstayed our welcome here with the request. I'm living vicariously through you and my parents, big Notre Dame fans, for tonight's game, and I'm so fired up for you guys. I hope you are in Miami or en route to Miami. Tell me you're going to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't afford to miss it. Are you kidding?
Good.
The thing is, you know what's horrible is I'd much rather play in a game of this magnitude than watch it. I mean, I'm just a wreck.
That's what I was saying. I said I bet Joe's more nervous about tonight than when he was playing
because you can't control it.
I am.
Yeah,
I am. It's just you sit there and you know every snap that they take, every snap that we take, you just anguish over it, and it's like, and then you take a sigh of relief, and then you go to commercial, or they, change a quarter, and you get a chance to get your heartbeat down a little bit again, and then off you go. But no, I've always been more nervous watching things than I have playing in them.
What's your vantage?
I wasn't nervous at all playing in them. I wasn't really nervous at all.
Where do you watch the game? Are you in a box with alums, or how do you take in the game?
I go into the stands. I sit with everybody.
Nice.
Man of the people, Martin.
Yeah. He seemed offended that I even insinuated he might be. Good for you. I bet, but you're so recognizable, man. That's got to be hard to do.
Well, it's interesting. People are very respectful. I think just in Notre Dame Stadium, as an example, I hear so many people that come from a visiting team, whether it's Indiana or Purdue, wherever anybody comes from that goes to our stadium. The one comment they continually make is, these Notre Dame fans are so nice. They're not rowdy. They're not rude. They cheer like heck, but they're so nice. And I think that carries over. Sometimes people get a little obnoxious. They get, drinking a little bit, and they get a little loud. But, they're there to cheer, and you just sort of roll with it. If you roll with it, it's easier. I've said this before. It's much easier to be nice to somebody than it is to try and be let's use the term stinker as a word. But, I appreciate the fans. I appreciate their, knowing that I had a heck of a wonderful time playing the game I played, and let's root together.
I like that.
Listening to you talk and looking at pictures online here, I notice you don't age. What exactly are you doing that the rest of us should be doing?
I use after tanning lotion after I shave. I use moisturizer, I guess you could say, when I shave, and try and keep the gray away. I guess that's the big thing.
Nice. All right. Doug, this is that moisturizer. That's a good tip.
Yeah, I got to get some of that. It looks the same way he did 30 years ago.
Yeah, you definitely need after tanning lotion in St. Louis, especially this time of year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would like Joe to know that my alma mater has provided a running back for his squad this year. Jeremiah Love is a CBC St. Louis kid, so we did try and contribute a little bit.
He is so special. When he scores a touchdown, what everybody sings, and they play the "All You Need Is Love." If you're at the stadium and then he scores and they start playing "All You Need Is Love," it is. My wife thinks it's the neatest thing in the world.
Yeah, you got a chance to see that 98 yards in the playoff game against Indiana.
The first carry.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I was sitting with Tim Brown, and Jerome Bettis was there, and a few of us, and. I turned to a guy next to me, and I said, we got the ball in the 2-yard line. I said, this is a great chance for him to go 90-plus.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, he took off, and the guy looked at me and said, what's the lottery number? Do you have a clue of what the lottery number might be? I mean, it was but he's such an exceptional runner. I mean, he's fast, he's tough. Both our running backs are, and I think they're going to be, certainly they're going to be challenged. You don't get this far not playing somebody who's tough. Yeah. And Penn State's a heck of a football team. We're going to have to deal with Warren. I think that's going to be a big key in this game. Riley's going to have to do his thing.
Joe Theismann, kind enough to join us here. Just a matter of about 8 hours from kickoff between Notre Dame and Penn State in the college football playoff. It'll be the Orange Bowl tonight. This one is one that has incredible importance to the game and, of course, to Notre Dame fans and Penn State fans. If there is something when you're looking at it through an analyst's eyes, what would you point to our listeners to focus on tonight, whether it be on whatever side of the ball for either team, Joe?
I think number one is to control Warren for our defense, and we've done a heck of a job controlling a lot of people, most everybody. Offensively, I think that we may be in a situation where we're going to have to throw the football possibly a little bit more. I know Mike Denbrock, our coordinator, is going to want to do what he's done. He's going to want to run the football. You're not going to drop Riley Leonard back 35 times and try and win a football game. That's not the strong suit of this offense. But I do believe that we're going to have to be able to be effective throwing the football whenever that occurs. Those are the two things that I'm going to be watching in this game. And like I said, I'm so excited for our university. I'm so excited that Marcus got a 4-year extension. And I was listening to Rick Neuheisel this morning from a college perspective. And he said something I thought made an awful lot of sense. He said this weekend should be the national championship game because you're going to have players that will declare for the portal. I don't know what the dates are, but potentially there are people that would be playing in this game or possibly the national championship game that will not, that won't play because they're protecting their future in the NFL or what they believe is their future. And to me, I've said this for a long, long time. The NCAA has to sit down and revisit the dates regarding a lot of things. Because, see, basically what you have now is professional football in college. And it's turned into a 15, 16-game season. It used to be 9, then it was 10, and then it was 11, and then 12. And now you're up to, if you win it all, you're at 15 games. And it's just, you can take away the student part of it and just live with the athlete part of it. And that's a shame. That is really a shame. But, they'll hopefully address that this year, and we'll be able to have some resolution where guys will play. I think the bowl games are tough. When you look at the bowl games, a lot of people opt out.
We here in St. Louis, with Missouri being the prominent team in the area, Penn State's backup quarterback who came in for Drew Aller when he got hurt at Wisconsin had to opt out. So Missouri's quarterback next year is Bo Prabula, who had to opt out, even though he would, if Aller got hurt tonight, he would be playing against Notre Dame for the right to go play in the national championship game, but he had to opt out and go into the portal because Aller said he was going to come back for the next year. I mean, how crazy is that?
That's my point. You just that one fact, I think, bears out what Rick was talking about, and I totally agree with him. I think that it really needs to be revisited. How much, and you're also, you're going to compete against the NFL. I mean, you're really, some games have been in competition against the NFL. I believe part of the reason why they played the Notre Dame game as early as they did is they didn't want to compete with the Saturday NFL games, which makes a lot of sense. But, like I said, hopefully we'll just focus on this year and get ourselves a national championship and let the NCAA figure out what they want to do next year.
Yeah, it used to be every now and then you hear somebody is academically ineligible. I don't think that's even a thing anymore. I haven't heard that in years.
No, now guys are suing universities because of the promises they get of money.
Yes.
And,
Diego Pavia.
I don't feel like I'm old-fashioned. Hey, listen, anybody can get what they can get. God bless them. Good for them. I believe in capitalism and free enterprise. And, if you're better than somebody else, then you should be compensated. I believe in all that stuff. But what really, really drives me nuts is when people say that the athletes aren't compensated. Pick a university. The tuition at a university is anywhere from $50,000 and up now. If you're a student athlete, you get room, board, books, and tuition. Now, if you're just a student at that university, it's going to cost you or your parents or somebody $60,000, $70,000 out of your pocket. So if you're paying for your college education out of your pocket, that's one thing. If you're a student athlete The university is paying for it, and to me, that's compensation. Now they get their scholarship, plus they get the NIL money on top of it. When this thing went to the Supreme Court for a ruling, when they said that the athletes needed to be compensated, I just still think if you have a scholarship and you've got a person sitting next to you that doesn't have a scholarship, you're being compensated.
And the original NIL made sense to me, if you want to sign an autograph. If the South Bend Buick dealer said, hey, Joe, come on over. You're the quarterback at Notre Dame. Will you do an appearance on Saturday? That always made sense. Now it's just, here's a check. They're not even doing name, image, and likeness.
There's one other element to it, is now the universities, they wanted to keep the alumni out of paying athletes. That went by the wayside. Now, all of a sudden, the universities, like the University of Tennessee, and I think we talked about it just a little while ago, University of Tennessee is raising their ticket prices 20% to pay athletes, to pay the NIL. So you're at the game, you're a Tennessee fan, and now your seats are costing 20 more because they're going to go pay somebody who may or may not be there, because I believe they're all one-year deals with these guys and gals.
It's year to year now. It's all year to year.
Yeah. It's getting a little crazy.
Joe Theismann, our guest. Final question for you, James Franklin, and I don't think he was taking a shot. If anything, he was incredibly complimentary of Marcus Freeman yesterday. But he was asked about the state of college athletics. We're talking about the NIL side of it, and he was talking about the college game. And he said it's an advantage for conferences that don't have to play as many conference games as we do. Big Ten playing 9, SEC playing 8. And he said, and I think the rules should be uniform. He said, I'm not taking a shot at Marcus, but in general, I think everybody should be in a conference, and the rules should be across the board. You're a Notre Dame guy. What is your perspective on that conference conversation with Notre Dame being an independent, Joe?
Well, first of all, it's not Marcus's decision.
Right. Yeah.
Last time I checked, I didn't think James Franklin had a vote, and I didn't think Marcus had a vote when it came to whether you were going to be in a conference or out of a conference. My problem is if you're playing NCAA football and you have the best record in football, or one of the top 4 best records in football, you should be given the bye, not a conference champion. We're in the ACC. You realize that, right? I mean, we play 6 games in the ACC. Everything except our football is, I believe, totally in the ACC. I'm not certain of that, but I think I'm pretty sure. So we are somewhat part of a conference. But I've always said this: look at the conferences now. Every year they're changing. Why would you, as Notre Dame, want to commit to something that's going to look different next year, and different the next year, and different the next year? Until somebody gets a handle on what these things are going to look like, wouldn't even consider it as a university to move from independent to a conference.
Notre Dame, the schedule next year, by the way, it will start off in the building you're going to be in tonight, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens.
Open in Miami, right?
Yes, against the Hurricanes. Then at home against Texas A&M. Purdue comes to town. Barry Odom coached Purdue Boilermakers. At Arkansas. At home against Boise State. At home against USC. I mean, wow. I don't know if anybody's going to have a tougher start to the season. And then, of course, there are some ACC games, as you made reference to, Joe, at Pitt, at Boston College, at home against NC State. And we love that Fran Brown at Syracuse. That's where Notre Dame finishes things off in the ACC this year. So that's a hell of a schedule.
At Syracuse Dome, that's a tough place to play. A lot of people go in there and don't come out with a win.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's certainly a challenge. But, like I said, it's the whole playoff system, whether we're conference or non-conference, those are all things that we'll worry about those later on in the year. Let's take care of business now.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, obviously you're fighting Irish through and through tonight. What do you think about tomorrow night? Who do you think Notre Dame will be playing if they get past Penn State?
I would say Ohio State.
Yeah.
Ohio State's a very complete team. Texas has had it's hit its bumps in the road. They barely got by Arizona State. It's 4th down and 16, and you let somebody run by you and throw a touchdown pass.
One of the best receivers in the country.
You're a defensive coordinator. All you can do is bang your head against the table if you're upstairs.
Yeah.
I see that. I see things like that, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't like it was a contested throw. I mean, the kid just ran right by him. It's fourth down. Stand on the goal line. Okay, stand on the goal line. Keep everything in front of you, and then make a play on the ball. I mean, but again, I get jaded, I guess, a little bit because in professional football, you just can't. But we see it. But those are things you just can't do. And it's a tough game. There's a lot of elements to it. I think Ohio State will win the Texas game, and I think Notre Dame will beat Penn State.
And that would be a world-class matchup for the first ever 12-team playoff a week from Monday in Atlanta. I certainly hope that is what we see. Joe, we're always grateful for the time. Best of luck tonight to your Fighting Irish, and as always, thank you for taking time to join us here on the show.
You're welcome, Tim. Thanks to you and all the guys. Take care.
Thank you. That's Joe Theismann with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the festivities tonight. Yeah, Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of Arizona State, and I don't think he was doing one of those college coach things, I'll fall on the sword thing. He was like, I messed that up. I didn't have a timeout. I knew I was in a bad spot with that play call because we left our secondary exposed by the zero blitz, and I'm sure he's still thinking about it a week and a half later. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up at about 10:50. You can send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, kind enough to give us 2 tickets to give away for the prize for the email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 2 great tickets for tonight's Blues and Ducks game, courtesy of James Carlton. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client, and they are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. If you are dealing with heating issues right now, go to DesignAirService.com, and they will be out there quick, fast, in a hurry. Doug, I've got bad news for you.
What?
These temperatures, we got a low today of 7. Next Wednesday, we got a low of 7.
Oh.
It's going to be cold. It didn't get much better. Maybe over the weekend we get above freezing, and some of this melts. But there is no high above 39 over the next 9 days, according to my iPhone app here. So an 80% chance of snow tomorrow. What were they saying on the 2 Fox last night on precipitation?
I think they're saying a good 1 to 2 inches, but
right?
if you're south into Illinois, I think it might be like a 6-inch snow.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
The last round, people to the south got missed. I think this one,
they're going to get hit.
Snow is going that way.
And they probably have the ice. That's who's got the ice is down south. So if you have any issues, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Martin, you've got onboarding. I think you're getting
wrap
close.
things up. Yeah.
You're getting close to getting fully onboarded.
Maybe a little training on some blues, hockey, and,
couple more months.
Jackson and I sit in on that for a little bit, a little training.
Martin will be back tomorrow for the Friday festivities. We will be back for the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt moves from the back dais. Is that a back dais
just
to
a table
the
over
main
there.
dais?
I don't know if it's
and,
a dais.
Jackson's on the ones and twos here on the program, joined today by Bernie Federko, Billiken head coach Josh Schertz, and Joe Theismann in the previous segment. We always are grateful for our guests who come by the program and friends of the show. I mean, Joe Theismann and Josh Schertz are friends of the show at this program.
Or at least they're nice enough to act like it.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're more accurate there. Yeah, more accurate on that
Maybe
one.
they just have a hard time saying no.
Could be the case.
But they talk enough to make you think that they're kind of interested
feel bad now.
in getting their opinion out there. So.
They have big moments, both of them.
Tiny PP, I don't know who this is directed toward in the YouTube chat. Janet's favorite YouTube poster says, you should know what icing and offsides is before they let you do sports radio. That's from Tiny PP.
Well, we all know what that is, right? Jackson, you know what icing is?
Yeah. Yes.
Are you sure?
Icing, offsides I know, except I don't think they call it. I don't know how they call it. Like, it seems like a guy.
Then therefore, it wouldn't necessarily be an indication of knowing what it is.
But it's like so random. Like, it happens so fast. How can you tell if a guy's behind the line or in front of the line? Where is his line start? It's a thick line.
Linesman who stands
I know,
there
but it's a thick line.
One of my least favorite things is when they go back, you think there's a goal, and then there's a review for offsides, and by like the length of a shrub, it's offsides.
And then why is icing a thing? Like, why is it start another face-off?
I guess I wonder what the reasoning for the rule was. Like, if we're going back to the origins of the rule and not what the rule actually is.
It's to keep teams from just dumping the puck into the center zone.
There was probably some kid in youth hockey would just cherry pick and sit at the other end of the ice and never play defense.
Well, that would be offsides. But
if you're just firing pucks down to the other end, then there'd be no penalty for it. You see what I'm saying? And the kid could be sitting in the neutral zone.
You know what I don't like about icing, Doug?
What's that?
When they blow the whistle, not giving the team that iced the puck the chance to go touch it first. I don't like the premature whistle.
That's a relatively new rule.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's probably for safety, so you're not full speed crashing down at the other end, but I like the chaos. Let the guy go get it.
But when you're on the penalty kill, there is no icing, right?
Correct.
That's a filibuster action, Jackson. That's from Dr. Xander Malenthrop in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL.
The icing thing is filibuster, or this current discussion?
Dr. Xander Malenthrop, I think your answer.
I don't know. I think I understand it. Offsides, I just don't get how they call it. Like, I think they're inconsistent with the calls on offsides. It seems like guys are offsides and then they don't call it.
Well, there is a rule where you can come back and tag up. If you're in there in the offensive zone and the puck isn't, and someone on your team shoots it into the zone, it's not automatically offsides if you can come back and tag up.
Okay.
Get back on the blue line and go in.
Are you following?
My head's like the monkey with two cymbals banging on each other.
You would understand it if you've watched
I'm a visual learner. It's tough for me to be explained.
Guys, I heard Josh Schertz give a talk over the holidays, and he talked about his charity work with the St. Patrick Center and also a local sports radio show. Seems like a great guy. That's from Arbor Day, who's won the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024. So he talked about his charity work with the local sports radio show. Do you think he's viewing this as some kind of community service, coming on with a group of nitwits on 101 ESPN?
Can't be us.
Yeah. Community service time. That's probably it counts.
Don't get to watch the live feed very often on YouTube. That T-shirt is seriously triggering me. It's 20 degrees outside right now. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack, and then his last name is Demoff.
Okay.
Who's got the T-shirt? Jackson, you got a T-shirt on?
See, but the same people, when we had our skull caps and hoodies on, were like, it's not cold in the studio, and now I'm wearing a T-shirt because it was a touch warm in the studio, and now it's triggering.
You almost feel like you cannot win. No, you cannot win.
I'm sporting my St. Louis Steamers hoodie.
And you look great, too.
Yeah. Okay, that was a lemming play right there.
Put my hoodie back on.
You think this is trademarked?
St. Louis Steamers? It probably expired.
That's what I'm wondering.
At one point it was, but
is there a place to look up trademarks?
I get, I would imagine. I know we have a lot of lawyers and doctors, and the fan page is where you can go. TMA fan page. Join it. Jackson will let you in. But I get more comments on when I wear a Steamers hoodie or Steamers T-shirt. Well, where'd you get that thing? And I was thinking to myself, if there isn't a trademark anymore, we put these up in TMA STL shop all day, Chairman. You know?
I saw a hat the other day.
I mean, it's got the MISL. Remember, Doug, the logo for the league?
Yeah, I like it.
Major Indoor Soccer League. What do we got, Jackson?
It's live and registered currently still.
Drats!
Could we spell it differently?
Yeah, talking
double E.
Gangster Pete
You did
stuff.
law school, but you thought journalism would be a better option.
Yeah, be higher paying. I saw it in one of the stores in the mall the other day, a hat with this old Spirits of St. Louis logo on it. I hadn't seen one of those in years.
Yeah, the orange.
Yeah, I suppose that's copyrighted too, though, probably. Still.
Yeah, they renewed it.
No way. Who's they? Steve Jungle? Doug, was it Steve Jungle?
I don't know who renewed it.
This is my first time on.
I'm guessing Broncos to go.
United States Patent and Trademark Office, but they renewed it in May of 2022.
No, it just
I
missed.
want to know who they is. I know. I'm not asking you. I just want to know, like, who's doing that?
Some guy just like us who wore it and said, I think I'll go for that trademark.
Oh, really? I thought it might be like the league, but the league just ended, right? Like what the Ambush is playing in, that's not the same parent company that had the Steamers and the Kansas City Comets and the Wichita Wings. What a great rivalry. Chicago Sting, Doug? Was it the Chicago Sting? Dallas Sidekicks?
I was out of St.
Baltimore
Louis
Blast?
when that was a big thing.
You still got to do show prep.
Okay,
still got to do show prep.
I didn't
San
get the
Diego
notes.
Sockers?
Yeah, Chicago Sting.
Tacoma Stars?
That's
the
the
team
one.
in Tacoma?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of an odd.
Yeah, I'd say.
Probably no place to play in Seattle.
Yeah, Walla Walla.
Kind of like Jupiter having a team in TGL, the Jupiter market.
St. Louis had two. Sorry if you said this. They had two teams.
It was the Steamers, then it became the Storm, then it became the Ambush.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I thought I was going to get a place in Huntley with Steamers hoodies.
Yeah. Not going to be the case.
Not the case today.
We'll just stay in SoCo.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Giving away 2 tickets to the Blues and Ducks tonight, courtesy of James Carlton. So send your emails in. Bringing in some new emailers today to compete with the greats like Buck Swope and Misty Plops and Doty's Takeaway. EDF, the sponsor of Doug's EDF Hot Take Mittens. That's engineered, designed facilities. EDF Group now. And do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Wow, the texter's got to Jackson. He's covering up his T-shirt.
He sure is.
Yeah, annoying.
Just one text and we'll make you change your clothes?
I was going to put it on anyways, honestly.
Do you have a fire extinguisher where you're at work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is high and will prevent your facility from having high fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin's finishing off the onboarding process here.
They've just got to get him signed up. They have to get him signed up.
At Hubbard, so he is out. Boy, the Steamers discussion really gets people going. Yeah, the Steamers hoodie. And it's all because Jackson took shrapnel from Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, about wearing a T-shirt in the studio.
The Steamers bring back pleasant memories for a lot of people.
Do I dare say MISO was as popular as the Blues at the time?
It feels kind of more like the Battlehawks, maybe. Well, at the time, for a couple of those years.
Building.
Yeah, but now it kind of feels like the Battlehawks, where it was kind of maybe a second-tier sport in the big picture of things.
The home opener in '79 drew over 18,000 in the arena.
Did it really? It's probably more than the Blues had.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome to watch. Now, how about this? I need this verified. My brother-in-law has the trademark for the Steamers. He runs the program out of Columbia, Illinois. Is he interested in doing a little business?
He runs
what
the
is
program.
the program? Is he interested in doing a little business? No.
You'll make him a fair offer.
Yeah.
And then you're going to whack him after you get in there?
No.
That's what it sounded like with the accent.
Watch this. I make picks, you make money.
Okay.
I make money, you make money.
Okay.
That's what's my offer.
Until what?
Until
gets in on your territory.
In South City. At the bowling alley at Epiphany.
You don't want him muscling in.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I got to text back to this guy.
And you certainly don't want any stool pigeons.
Doug, you have a live read?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
It buys me time to text with this guy to try to get the Steamers trademark
you do that,
deal.
and I'll talk about my garage
it's like
door.
I'm a landman trying to lease an oil well here on the air.
Every time I hit the button, I expect that garage door to go up. Right now, it's going up about 2 feet, and then I hit it again, it goes down. Then I hit it again, and then it goes all the way up. I don't know what the issue is, but Schaefer Door Company, they will know when I have them out to my house. They'll get it handled as they do any kind of garage door problem. I've had them out to my house before. Thought I needed a whole new door. Nope. They got me just a strut because they're never going to sell you something you don't need. Their service techs aren't commission-based or anything, so even if it's a small problem, that's what they'll do. It's what makes Schaefer Door special. They're not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. They just want that door to go up. They want the door to go down when it's supposed to. Schaefer Door services all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They also have that Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. You get out there Monday morning and your door doesn't go up or it doesn't go down. You go, what am I going to do now? I can't get out. You just call Schaefer Door at 636-782-3608 and they will be out there lickety-split. Here's the number again. Call or text 636-782-3608. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done. Even if you own a business and you've got those big, giant garage doors, yes, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. So go to SchaeferDoor.com or call them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Go back and podcast like the Dick and subscribe to our YouTube channel. What, 5,500 people subscribe? Doug, to be exact, 5,430.
Okay, I don't have the number for you.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. So it turns out the Steamers are a youth program now, and I guess maybe this gentleman's, here it is. This gentleman's brother-in-law is the one who renewed that trademark in 2022.
Maybe, so he beat you to the punch.
Maybe we can do a little...
Maybe you can take it away from him.
No. I make picks, you make money. I make money, you make money.
Okay.
So we can work something out. We got that TMASTL shop. We got some discounts going on. That Mike Flanagan is doing a discount thing. TMASTLshop.com for some of our merch, by the way. But yeah, people love the St. Louis Steamers stuff. I know this predates you, Jackson.
Big time.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say big time, but yes, it does.
Yeah. I mean, I think they were out of here by like 85, 86. Then it was the storm, and then it was the ambush, Doug.
I wonder if the St. Louis Hawks still have a copyright.
I would imagine that would go with the Hawks in the NBA in Atlanta, wouldn't it?
Probably. Yeah, they hang the banner in the arena, so
they do. St. Louis Hawks. I haven't seen it.
And have
you been to the Atlanta arena?
I'm talking about
the Atlanta.
You go to Quinn Snyder's games.
Yeah, Atlanta Hawks arena. I think they might be one of, if not the longest drought NBA team without a championship.
58?
Because a lot,
they want it here.
And a good chunk of those teams came in after 58, like the Orlando
the Kentucky
Magic.
Colonels.
And they had one of
Not
the greatest,
necessarily the Colonels or the Amigos.
Had one of the greatest players in NBA history, in Bob Pettit.
Certainly. Maybe at the time when he retired, top 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, apparently I've met this gentleman who owns it. I don't know if you remember me. I'm friends with Brian McKenna. He used to own Southtown Pub. How about that? How about that?
I think you can muscle in on his territory.
Again, you're making it sound like this is the IRA and we're doing car bombings.
Sorry.
I make money, you make money.
Picks. Who's making the picks?
I make picks. You make money.
All right.
Yeah, if you tail my picks, you're living under an overpass.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But the Steamers merch, that's where it's at.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Doug, did you like the uniforms they were? They were like light blue uniforms, right?
I kind of liked them, yeah.
Jackson, do you ever see Steamers uniforms?
No, I'll pull them up.
All right. I think you'd like it.
Right.
You'd like Don Ebert's beard. That's what you'd like. Well, it's a sharp look. Kind of a little Utah Hockey Club
I
blue
like Utah
tint.
Hockey Club.
Yeah.
St. Louis Steamers.
Long sleeves?
Yeah, I think they did have those. That was the indoor soccer look.
Long sleeves, short shorts.
Don't have the collar.
Skies out, thighs out?
Absolutely.
Don't have the collar, but the color scheme I love.
And then all of a sudden, nobody cared anymore.
Yeah, what happened?
Very unusual.
I guess Miami didn't have an indoor soccer team.
No.
You ever go to any Vipers games, Doug?
Roller hockey team.
I did go to a game or two. It was very weird because there was no noise. They were skating up and down the rink, which was covered in a sport court type of material, and it made no noise.
I think they were making a little comeback right before COVID, but I think COVID put the kibosh on that.
Yeah.
Jackson's wrapping us. We're behind on breaks.
Sorry, Jackson.
Just doing my job, baby.
Okay.
Sorry. I feel bad doing it. It's awkward, but I have to do it.
Okay.
No, it's fine. You're a prince. You know that.
Thank you. I feel like a prince.
Yeah. Doug just feels like you're talking down to him today.
I know.
It's like it's sometimes.
TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Ducks. Catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug and I are in the middle of a heated negotiation with a listener for the Steamers trademark. I think we're making progress. I don't know. But fortunately, the recovering alcoholic is, I guess, going to help the cause. He says, "Hey, Tim, want me to offer my wife to this gentleman for the copyright?" That's recovering alcoholic.
That'd be better than breaking his legs. You don't have to do that.
So it sounds like we're starting to put some things on the table to try to get it down. So the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves has offered his wife to the gentleman who owns the Steamers trademark, and he is in Columbia, Illinois. So we'll see if that can get us across the finish line. And then Chairman Kurt will be turning out Steamers hoodies and jerseys and T-shirts and caps at tmastlshop.com. Your source for MISL merchandise.
And maybe it'll come back and they'll want to have the same name.
Yep.
And they'll have to buy the copyright from you.
City would love that if all of a sudden a defunct team for the last 30 years is selling tons of merch.
Oh, I'm sure the Cardinals are amused to see there's more Chiefs jerseys around town right now than there are Cardinals jerseys. Ladies and gentlemen, my clock management just dreadful today, but we're giving away 2 Blues tickets in the next segment for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We want to make sure we have a proper amount of time. That's next on 101 ESPN. How about this deal that Universal Windows Direct? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free? That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. So with this cold weather that we have had in the St. Louis metropolitan area over the last week and a half, perhaps you have noticed that it is really cold when you walk by your windows, like colder than you would think it should be. That is a sign that you could use the help of Universal Windows Direct. And they're offering buying 2 windows, getting 2 free. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Well, Doug, you're right. This is a huge Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day today here on 101 ESPN TMA, presented to you by Brown and Croup. And because James Carlton, longtime sponsor of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast, said, you know what, I got 2 tickets tonight to the Blues and Ducks. And in a normal situation, I would love to go, but I'm going to be locked in on Notre Dame and Penn State, and I'd like to give them away to the listener who wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And that's a prize right now here for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Oh, goodness.
Is that rash on your inner thigh from your ham hocks rubbing whilst you waddle around Six Flags? Are you allergic to the caviar and KY jelly in Bill's mustache? We shot up to Ace to purchase an upgraded hydraulic pump for my brother-in-law's dad's new milking table that Moses gifted him.
Oh.
Moses?
I just read what's in the prompter, Jackson.
All right.
These, of course, have been filtered by the Federal Communications Commission.
No, I know.
As the existing one broke under the weight of a new forceful stroke he read about in Men's Health from a young pansexual journalist named Zach Zane, Doug. What kind of milk does Bill prefer, Doug? Skim was his intent. My chest received 2%.
What in the world
Think
is
about
going
it, Doug.
on?
That's from Doty's Rush Transition.
I was ready to vote for this fella because I like the word ham hocks, but he went off the rails there.
Quote, his move is rushed, leaving him off balance for the strike, combined with poor sequencing, which yields many slices and shanks. That's from Hank Haney during his time coaching at Tower T.
Hank?
No. Doty's rushed transition.
Doty's rushed transition.
Maybe what you would observe is Hideki Matsuyama this week at Wiley Country Club, and just that brief eighth of a second to half-second pause he takes at the top of his takeaway as he begins the downswing. Notice that. Maybe that'll help you.
Okay, I'm not going to notice that at all.
With my monogramming business in the tank and my charcuterie business in liquidation, I've turned my focus to the email of the day in hopes to get that same feeling I once had when that Racket Club junior member did the hanky-panky on me in the women's exchange restroom in the summer of 2017. My portly husband and his lap pinky won't give me any more allowance after he sniffed the Han Bomb Funk right off my overused loofah.
No.
Are you guys hiring any interns? With much sadness, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And that email comes from Ladue, Missouri, 63124.
Okay, we know this in the building. Self-made Ladue stay-at-home mom.
No, it's a self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Stay-at-home.
And the monogramming industry has really experienced a downturn.
Okay.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Tim is a legend. Doug's ass is so fat. KG is clever and Jackie is pale. Martin wears stocking caps like that guy at Lindbergh in Manchester with money in the pail.
Good rhyme.
You have a problem with when he rhymes pale and pale?
Sequencing was great on it.
No.
Tidings and good New Year's wishes to you TMAoians. May you talk tiny units, fries, and roller grill items at least 51% of the time in 2025. Doug, the rhyming is off.
It is. It's not good.
Peace and love, peace and love. Give me them tickets. That was said in Stingray's uncle's voice. That's from Fuelsy, Doug.
Fuelsy.
Hello, gents. I've only made honorable mention of my rookie efforts at winning this degenerate contest. Is today my day? One could imagine what it was like in the Billikens' home locker room when Husky coach Schertz was scarfing down chicken tendies after a huge A-10 victory. I'm sure his wife wouldn't mind some extra tendies. Doug, your flappy gums could take on 2 tendies at a time. Tim, you should really dress up as an Oompa Loompa and yell, "Look at me, Daddy," at the next TMA event. Dump me in the chocolate fountain, Papa.
Oh, gosh.
That happened to Augustus Gloop, right?
Yeah, I don't know who it happened to.
KG, what's up with the Padres hat? You wear it quite often. Do you miss Schilt that much? He does give hand model vibes, so I get it. Yours truly, that's Droid Effects.
Droid Effects. Who gives hand model vibes?
Schilt or Kurt? Both?
Not these. These are...
Those are gnarly. An unspoken hero who sacrifices so much for the St. Louis area. A warrior for all that is good for the community and families. Willing to tackle the elements for the greater good. That is right. I am talking about the legend, Jackson's dad. Without him, we would have missed out on so many hot topics this week. Can you imagine a world where we would not have heard Tim on Monday? If Mo had any sense at all, he would have Mr. Jackson pick up Arenado right now and drive him to whatever team we choose. And it would go through because of the calm demeanor and logical approach. Then we can turn his attention to moving the St. Gabe Parish picnic back to June. Wow, what a take. Significantly increasing the value. Bougie indeed. I hope that he gets to bowl with Tim next Thanksgiving. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Steve's shot-by-shot golf holes, now available in virtual reality.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Billikens defeated St. Bonaventure 76-63 at Chaffetz Arena, led by 12th-year senior Gibson Jimerson's 28 points. Nolan Arenado's agent is still frantically floating rumors of the Red Sox interest in his client to various media outlets. John Denton is reporting that Brendan Donovan is arguably the Cardinals' most valuable position player, to which lame duck GM John Mozeliak replied, really? Martin is reporting that Tim went from low-key douchey to low-key bougie. Doug suggested that Tim's mom took his copy of Wet Pink 33 years ago, but I think the lead is that Libby Jack enjoys bisexual hairlines. Libby Jack got so triggered yesterday when I called attention to his Sports Center update where he said, and I quote, that makes Florida the first Division I
We're going to go over it again?
to defeat the AP #1 team in both basketball and football, end quote, which was complete nonsense because he left out the critical phrase, quote, by 30 points. Bro, if you're going to say asinine things like bowling shoes are a scam and you can't OD on NyQuil unless you freebase because you buy it over the counter, prepare to be mocked at 10:50 a.m. and try not to step on Tim's reed with your triggered rebuttals. Libby Jack absolutely did poach that obscure factoid because no sane person is actively tracking what schools have beat top-ranked opponents by 30 points in multiple sports. And when you leave out the critical qualifying phrase, it becomes nonsense. Like if you said Skip Schumacher was the first rookie manager in MLB history to win Manager of the Year. That would be false. But it becomes accurate when you add the qualifier, who was also fisted by Kyle Loesch in a walk-off celebration in 2012. Doug, that comes from Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Buck Swope with a nice
Who gets the Blues
submission. I always enjoy poetry, so I'm going to vote for Fuelsy.
Doty's Rush transition.
I like the self-made stay-at-home with mom.
Wow, I'm going to go with the self-made stay-at-home with mom. Congratulations. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today and James Carlton's tickets to the Blues game tonight. We got to go. Bye.